All right, hello everyone, what's up notjust developers? How is it going today? So in this video we are gonna continue the previous clone that we started, and here I'm speaking about signal clone. We are gonna work on the backend today because the front end is already done. So if you're new on this channel to this video, wait a minute, I'm gonna explain everything that we have done in the previous video and what we can do today. So the idea is to continue the signal clone and implement the backend using AWS Amplify and admin UI. So yeah, here we go. More specifically, today we're gonna speak about the admin UI and how to integrate AWS Amplify using admin UI, how to create the backend using a visual interface, and how to set up everything there, starting from authentication, database, storage layer, and much more. Then after that, we're gonna implement authentication in our application so that only authenticated users will be able to access our signal clone, because that actually makes sense. Without an account you cannot send messages, you cannot read messages, so we're gonna take care of that today. And we're going to implement all the authentication steps, starting from creating an account, signing in, confirming your account with code on your email. Also forget password flow and yeah, other flows that are important for the authentication system. And yeah, you'll see how easy this is gonna be. It's gonna take us probably like 5 minutes to set up all the authentication flows, which always blows my mind. Then we're gonna work on our data layer. We're gonna start by modeling our database, everything that we need to keep in our database to power our signal clone. That's also going to be interesting because we are going to implement the real-time messaging, and that's also something that you're going to learn today. And the last thing is implementing Datastore in our React Native application. That will take care for querying all the data from our database from the previous step. It will also take care behind the scenes without us even knowing. It will take care about on-device caching, and this will allow your application to work even if you are not connected to an internet. And because of that, it also has some data synchronization from the on-device data and data in the cloud. So for example, if you send a message when you don't have internet, the message will be stored locally on your device, and once you gain internet, it's gonna be sent to the cloud and saved in our database. Yeah, this is the plan for today. Very excited. We're gonna introduce some new features like automatic connection between the authentication layer and the data layer. That's gonna be an interesting part where we will use some AWS Lambda Functions to manage all this logic. So I'm pretty excited about today's build. How are you feeling, guys? Are you excited? So if you are new on this channel, thank you very much for watching. Hi, my name is Vadim, and here on this channel we are learning full stack mobile development by building the projects, by building the applications that you probably use every day, such as WhatsApp, what else? Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, and other 16 applications you can find on the channel. So yes, if you get value out of this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, not to miss any future videos. And here we have some coffee. Thank you, Alexandra.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. So this video is brought to you by Vadim, by the Notjust Development Academy, which is which is our new course that I'm working on at this moment. yeah, I'm putting all my experience and all my knowledge that I gained throughout the years working at startups, working at Amazon, and all this experience is bundled and put together into a full stack mobile development course where you will the course will be focused mainly on one big project, and that big project is a social media app based on the Instagram. So it's going to be an Instagram clone where we will be able to get in depth to implement a lot of features that we do not have the possibility to implement during these free YouTube videos. Just because on YouTube we are kind of pressed by time, so that's why I decided to put all these features, extra features and quite advanced features like, I don't know, pagination, in-app notification, how to publish and deploy the application on market, let's say following system, which is a quite complicated system to implement yourself. I remember me struggling and researching what is the best following system when I first implemented it at my startup. So we're gonna cover everything in this course and much more. So yeah, you are gonna, where is it? You're gonna master the tech stack of the future, which is React Native and AWS Amplify for mobile development. And yeah, this React Native is used in a lot of application, in production-ready applications. So there is a lot of demand for mobile developments knowing React Native. You can get the course during the next 2 days at academy.notjust.dev, and the doors will be closing on 23rd August. There are, yeah, at the moment 2 more days. And at the moment, this is the pre-sale period. So the course is not ready yet. The first modules will be released in September. So you will be the first ones to receive these models if you join now during the pre-sale period. And also you get a bonus 50% discount when buying it during this pre-sale period. So hopefully I will see you soon during our first meetings with batch 0 for the full stack mobile developer. All right, guys, so back to our video, back to our tutorial, which is Signal. If you want to follow along, you will need a couple of things. So first of all, you will need the asset bundle, which contains the dummy data, images, icons, this PDF presentation, and some code snippets that we will use. And you can get the bundle at assets.notjust.dev/signal. Another thing that you will need is an AWS account and Amplify CLI setup, which you can get following this URL. All right, so for those who didn't follow part 1, yeah, this is part 2 of our Signal series, and in part 1 we have implemented the UI. You can find this video here under this URL or on the channel. However, if you didn't follow the previous video and want to focus only on the backend, that's also possible. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna start from scratch by cloning the repository. I'm gonna show you where. Yeah, here is the link for our UI branch repository, where we will keep the code from the first video. So let's go ahead and clone the, yeah, clone this repository. Code, yeah, let's go here. And while I'm gonna run the, to show you a demo, we can have a talk there. So first of all, let's copy the URL and go open a terminal. 16. This is the 16th clone. So here let's do git clone. Let's paste the Signal clone. Oh my god, no, I did something wrong here. .git And I'm gonna rename it because I already have that folder, signal clone backend. All right, so let's go inside the signal clone backend, and let's open it in our code editor. In my case, that's VS Code. Yes, trust it. And here, let's first of all install all the dependencies. Install. All right, guys. So while this is installing, let's have a look at the people who are joining us live. Hello, guys. How are you today? How is the Friday? Novada is saying, hey bro, nice work, keep it up, thank you very much. Git private. Git private? Is the repository private? No, it should be public. Yeah, the Git repository is public. You can find the link in the description. You can find the link in the PDF presentation that you should download at ss.notjust.dev/signal. Hello, the bug coder. So let me check if yep, it seems that my packages has been installed, and I have a lot of packages with vulnerabilities, but who has time for that? All right, so now let's run npm start to start our development server. And here you'll see the Expo page opened in your browser, from where we can run our application either on an Android device or emulator, on iOS simulator, or even in browser. So yeah, you can go ahead and run it on Android device or emulator. I'm gonna run it on iOS simulator. And also, if you have an Expo Go application on your mobile phone, you can just scan this QR code and you can run the application without even connecting the phone to your computer with the cable. So it's gonna work over the air. Welcome, Kimbawa. How is it going? Yeah, I know you are from Kampala, Uganda. I think we have visited your place in the previous live stream, right? Hello, is you from India. Bangalore, hello. Yeah, let's wait until our application is building. Hello, James from Africa. How are you today? Will you do videos using React like a website? Most probably we will do, but I don't have it planned in the very near future. So might be in a couple of months. We'll see. Still have some plans for mobile applications. And I gotta work a lot on the course that I'm building, because the course contains like crazy amount of information. Like it's gonna have like probably more than like 30 to 40. That's what I expect of content, but as usually what I expect, the end result is double. So it's probably going to be like 60 to 80 more likely hours of content in the course. Hello, Momo. Thank you very much for the donation. That's so nice of you. You are amazing. No, you are amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. So here we have our application build. So as you see, the first screen, we have a home screen, which will display a list of chat rooms of people who are already chatting, right? So here you can press on a person and you will see all the messages so on. Yeah, what else do we have here? I think that's the main part that we implemented here. So the interesting stuff is today to make everything that you see here working. Right. Let's put it here. And so, yeah, we can actually get started. Audio off. Mic muted, mic muted. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me, guys? Yes, voice is now there. It was muted. Oh, weird. Weird, I would say. Yeah, but basically, you saw the demo that I was showing here. And yeah, the next steps is to get started and roll the intro. All right, so the first step is to get started and create our Amplify project. So to do that, let's open the AWS console. So I'm gonna go here, aws.amazon.com, and let's sign in. From here, let's search Amplify. Amplify. And yeah, from this menu, or you might see another welcome screen if that's your first application, you'll press like a new application. From there, we can create an app backend. That's what we need. And our app name will be Signal Clone. Let's confirm deployment. And we will wait a couple of seconds until Amplify sets everything up in the cloud. Okay. So guys, it's like network glitch. Yeah, most probably it was a network glitch from my end. Okay. Look, I have a microphone arm. I can do like this. And hopefully the sound is better. Or is it too much? I think that it's too much. Like this is better. Okay, how to contact you direct. Find me on social medias. You can find the links in the description, LinkedIn, Instagram, or join the Discord channel. We can talk there. All right. Can you make a tutorial on Discord clone? Yeah, I think Discord clone is already in our list. Some other people have suggested it. So when we're gonna start the next project, we are gonna have a poll, and you're gonna be able to vote. And we have democracy right here. I'm doing whatever you guys want. Most of the time. Sometimes I have a better feeling like what's best in terms of technologies and stuff. All right, so meanwhile, our Amplify project have finished building. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. And if you scroll down a bit, you'll see here Open Admin UI. So let's do that right now. And here you'll see the Admin UI dashboard of your backend. Here is where you'll manage everything that is related to the backend, and also you will manage the data itself. So for example, the first tab is content. On this tab here, you'll be able to manage the actual content in your application. For example, you'll be able to see all the users, you'll be able to change some user data. You will be able, if you're building, I don't know, some kind of a blog application, from here you will be able to create the blog post, to write them here, to edit them here, and so on. And not only you, but also any other user, you can add them here using the user management tab. So the advantage of admin UI is you can collaborate on projects with people that don't have an AWS account. So usually, I don't know, like support people or customer support or content, people who are responsible for the content. They're not technical and you wouldn't expect them to have an AWS account, so they will go to some database there. You would not expect that. You will just invite them here, and as you can see, even the domain is different, so it's separate from AWS in this regard. This is the advantages of admin UI, and another advantage is that you can create and set up the things here. So if we go back to our presentation, our first step is to set up authentication. To do that, let's open the authentication tab here, and let's start from scratch. Here we will configure some stuff. You can add different login mechanisms, like login with your phone number, and you're gonna receive like a password, like a temporary password, one time. You can also log in with Facebook, Google, Amazon, sign in with Apple, and so on. For the purpose of this tutorial, we're gonna stick to only email. In the course, in the full stack mobile developer course, we are also gonna do the other authentication methods, like with social providers and also with a phone number, because there we have a little bit more time. Multi-authentication, we don't need it at the moment. So let's configure. I only want to open the password protection settings and uncheck these rules, because they are too much for the purpose of this demo, that the password should contain everything. So I'm gonna keep it simple like this and press deploy. Basically everything is by default except the password settings. So right now in your top corner here, you should see the deployment status in progress. So let's wait around 2-3 minutes until it deploys, and then we can move to the next step. Or, not to waste time, we can actually move to the next step and start with the data modeling. Let me have a look at some comments, and then we are going to continue with data modeling. All right. So, a lot of comments. Any React.js clone project soon? I see a lot of people want React.js. We might do something, but not in the near future. Don't take my word for it. Your stream is stacking. Why is it the case? Is Dropbox eating my resources? Now I have a dual PC stream, like it shouldn't. Come on, Dropbox, close. What else? I don't know. Can we create custom authentication screens in AWS? Yes, definitely we can create custom authentication screens, and we're gonna get there, but in our tutorials here on YouTube, we are using the default screens that Amplify provides, and they're very good, like they are doing their job, and you can use them for some MVPs, like minimum viable products, for some prototypes, for some uni projects, for some portfolio projects. However, in most of application, you will need custom authentication flows with custom design. So that's also possible, but that's also covered in the full stack mobile developer course, which you can find in the description below. We implemented the custom authentication screens, but they were a minimal version. So basically, log in with Google, And we did that in that 12-hour live stream called vCrypto on the channel. If you look, we did it there. All right, so as I said, the next step is data modeling. Let's create, let's model our database in order to create it. So I'm gonna open the project. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. And I want to open a file that we used as a dummy data. So you can find it in assets, dummy data, and for example, let's say users. So here is what information we had about a user, right? So that's actually what we will need in our database. So ID, name, image URI, status. Let's go here. Let's go to our data and add a model. The model name will be user. It has a default ID that you cannot change, of course. So let's add a field. We need a name. It's going to be a string. And here on the right, we can say that the name is required. Let's add one more field, image URI. It's going to be a string because it's going to be a URL to an image, but it's not required. What else? Status. Yeah, let's do status. And that's going to be a string, also not required. Yeah, I think for the users, that's everything that we need. Let's open the chat rooms. This was an array of chat rooms. Basically, what you see here on the left on my emulator, it's a room that contains different users, and it can contain 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or infinite number of users. We did that in order to support in future the creation of groups. So yeah, that's why users is an array of 2 users who is part of that group. It also has a reference to a message, and it keeps it as last message. And we do that in order to be able to display here on this screen right away what was the last message there. And it also has like the number of new messages, which are displayed as a dot here as an indicator. So what do we need there? We need definitely new messages. This is an integer. So first of all, let's create the model, chat room. We need new messages. This is going to be an integer, and it's not required because if it's not supplied, we can infer that it's 0. And also, it's going to have, as I said, besides new messages, okay, it's going to have a last message. That's in order to model the last message, we need the message. We need the message model. So let's open chats here in our dummy data and have a look at what data should a message have. So basically here I highlighted one message. It has ID, content, created at, and user. Okay, let's go ahead and add the message model. So it definitely has content because that's the message that you're actually sending. It's going to be a string and it's going to be required. Regarding created at, this is a field that Amplify will automatically create for us. So we don't have to specify additionally created at because it's taken care for us. The same thing for updated at. These are fields that are automatically managed by Amplify, and created at, as you can imagine, will contain a date at which the model was created and updated at which it was updated. Logically, I think so. So as I said, we don't need to model the created at, it's automatically. And regarding the user, this is a relationship with our user model. So For that reason, user message. Yeah, we have to create a relationship between message and user. I'm not going to create it into the message, and I'm going to show you why. And I'm going to create it in the user. Let's add a relationship with the model message. And here we have a couple of relationship model. There is one user to one message. So that means that a user can send only one message. Now I think we want a user to be able to send multiple messages. So one user to many messages. That's correct. So one user can send many messages, but why it's not many user to many messages is because one message is owned by one user. One message cannot be sent by two users at the same time. So let's save that. And by adding this relationship here, 1 to n towards messages, if I scroll up, I see that it automatically added here a user ID, and the type is a relationship source. So by having a user ID in our message, we will be able to get the reference to the actual user and get his name, his, I don't know, avatar, and so on. So yeah, that was the one-to-many relationship between users and messages. Now, what other relationship will we have? We will have a chat room with message relationship, and a chat room will have an ID to the last message. So chat room last message. Let's add the relationship here towards message. So one chat room can have only one last message. So in this case, it's a one-to-one. I mean, one chat room can have multiple messages. We're gonna do that in a moment. But here I'm speaking about the last messages. So last message. Let's save. And now the relationship that will hold all the messages in the chat room. So the chat room will have a relationship with a message, but this time it's going to be one chat room to many messages, because a chat room will contain a lot of messages, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 1,000, a million. So this is the relationship that we will use for the actual messages. So we covered one-to-one relationship for the last message, because one chat room can have only one last message. We cover one-to-many relationship between chat room and messages, because one chat room can have multiple messages, but messages belong only to one chat room. This is the difference. Yeah, this is why it's one-to-many, not many-to-many. All right, the next relationship, it's a bit more complicated. It's the third one, basically. So now we need to add the relationship between chat room and user. The relationship between chat room and user. Let's think. A user can be part of multiple chat rooms. So basically, if I look here from a UI perspective, I'm part of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 like chat rooms, right? So that's like on the user side, we have a many. On the chat room side, the chat room model can also have multiple users, because the chat room, for example, this one contains me and Elon Musk. So here we have many on the one side and many to the other side. That's why we have a many-to-many relationship from a chat room to users. So a chat room can contain multiple users, and a user can be part of multiple chat rooms. Relationship name, chat room users, Perfect. Let's save. And this automatically added chat rooms relationship here, which is as well many to many. Do I want it to be? I think I will do it with capital, or no. I'll leave it like this. It's okay. So let's think if we have everything that we will need. So chatroom has all the relationship, last message, chatroom users, ID, name, image URI, status. Anything else? ID, content, user ID. Okay, I think that's it. So if we'll need anything else, we're gonna have to update it, which takes some time, and I don't want to do that. But let's save and deploy. Deploy, and right now we have a new deployment in progress. Hopefully the first one has finished. In my case, it did. If not, like, wait until the first one deploys and then start the second one. Now we're just gonna have to wait until this deployment is finished, and then we will get our hands dirty with the code. Everything is just getting started. So, Surab, thank you very much for your kind donation. How are you doing? What was the message? Message retracted. Let me know what was your question. All right, where is it? AWS is much better. Looks okay. Thanks. So for everyone who is just joining, I see a lot of people are coming by. Let me give you a short introduction. So today we are working on the Signal clone, and this is the second video in our series, where in the first part we have created the Signal UI, which you can see somewhere here, which contains like a list of users where you with whom you have messages, and if you press on one, you will see the screens with messages, and you'll be able to send them message, and they will receive it in real time. So yeah, that's our UI. And in today's video, we are working on the backend, to implement everything to work with a backend, to save the data into database, to protect everything with authentication flow, and we're gonna do that using Amplify and Admin UI, which is the Admin UI is the user interface tool to create, manage, to create and manage backends for your application. So in these videos, we are gonna set up authentication, so only registered user will be able to send messages. We're gonna implement the creation of account, saving it in the Cognito and also in the database, and all the flows that we will need there. After that, we will model the data layer, and when we have a data layer, we will use Datastore to query all the data, to query all the messages, to save them in database, and also very important part is to implement the real-time messaging features, so that every time you will receive a message, your application will automatically render it on the screen without you having to, I don't know, restart your application, for example. So that's the plan for today. We are at the setup authentication and data modeling. And right now we are waiting for the changes. Yeah, they're happening here. I saw Nader Debit tweeted about your course. Really excited to join. Yes, Rob. Yeah, very thankful to Nader. He was one of the supporters from the beginning, from the get-go. So he always retweeted my content, even when we didn't know each other. Now we are in good contact, and I love what he's doing. He was, for people who don't know about Nader Debit, he was working at AWS as in development relationships, and also he a couple of years ago he was doing a lot of content in terms of React Native, and also he has a very nice React Native book, which I highly recommend. And yeah, he gave a testimonial about the course. That meant a lot to me. I was here. Hello. Is it possible to query many-to-many with GraphQL? For example, yes, we are gonna do that today. We are gonna query many-to-many. Yeah, we have a relationship here, many-to-many, and I'm gonna show you how to query the data about it. We are gonna use Datastore for querying it. So I see that our deployment status is success, and Amplify suggests us to pull the latest changes in our source code. For that, you will have to just copy this Amplify pool, which already includes the ID of your project. Yeah, this is the next step in our case here. If you don't have Amplify, here is the command that you can use to install it. So yeah, with one command, you will have Amplify CLI on your machine. So after that, let's copy the Amplify pool. Let's go to our project. Let's open our terminal. And I'm going to open a new terminal because on this one, our development server is running for Expo. So here I can paste the Amplify pool. Enter. And Amplify will automatically open a page to sign up to know that it's you. So just press yes. And after successfully logged in, you can close that window. Coming back to our terminal, Amplify will ask us a couple of questions. For example, which is the default editor? In my case, it's Visual Studio Code. Choose the type of application is JavaScript and React Native. Source directory, we can leave it source as default and everything else by default. So the last question is, do you plan on modifying this backend? I will say yes, because we will do some changes locally, and then we will have to push the changes to Amplify admin UI. Just because Amplify admin UI is very new and it doesn't have, you cannot manage completely everything from here. For example, if you go to the storage, here you'll not be able to do anything. It's just a placeholder, and it shows you how you can add storage layer and so on. So some features from authentication that we will need in a moment, you cannot configure them from here yet. So yes, we have it here. Successfully pulled the backend environment, staging from the cloud. All right, so everything was pulled from the cloud, and by pulling the changes from the cloud, we Amplify created an Amplify folder, and here it contains all the configuration it needs for all the services that it has behind the scenes, and in the backend we also can access the specifically API and authentication. At this moment, you don't have to know anything. Most of this stuff is managed by Amplify, and only in some cases you have to work with files from here, and I'm going to show you in a moment. Another part that Amplify generated is the source directory, and here, very important, AWS Exports. This is a file that contains like the project ID and the IDs of all the services that your project is using, including like region, what user pool ID, and so on. So by this ID, for example, user pool ID is this one, you can actually go into your AWS account, search Cognito, for example, manage user pools, and you can search it here. It is that it doesn't show us everything, but something like this should show it. Come on. If I open a random one and then just edit the URL here with ID that I copied, you don't have to do this. I'm just gonna show you how you can user pool ID should be this one. Come on. All right, cannot search because signal clone should be something. All right, why am I showing you this? Because this is not the important part. So with this AWS Exports, we will need this in order to configure Amplify in our project to know with which services it will work. So make sure where it is generated. We will need it in a moment. And also it has the models, and this is the database models that we are gonna use in our with Datastore to save, query, edit, and so on. So if you look at the here, so for example, we have a message with ID, content, user ID, chatroom ID, created that, updated that, and all the fields that we have for a message. We're gonna use them later when we will query and work with Datastore. At the moment, our next step is to configure Amplify. So here is a code snippet, and I'm gonna do it in a moment. To configure it, we are gonna open up.tsx from the root folder of our project. And here, let's do import, first of all, Amplify from AWS Amplify. And now I realize that we forgot to install all the libraries that we have. For example, AWS Amplify. We need this library. To do that, I'm gonna go to Amplify docs. So prerequisites. And here, if you scroll, set up full stack project. React Native, and we will need to copy this npm install. These are the Amplify libraries that you will need. So let's copy it from here and let's paste it in our terminal to install AWS Amplify React Native. This is for specific components for React Native. Net info for it to be able to see if it is connected to the internet or not. And the async storage. These are the 4 libraries that it needs. So until it installs, what is vanilla JavaScript? Something that we should know before starting learning frameworks and libraries like React, React Native, and so on. All right, so my libraries has been installed, and right now I don't see an error here. So we imported Amplify from AWS Amplify. We will import the AWS exports.js from the source directory, because this is the config. So the config from this directory source, AWS exports. This is the config. Check out if the AWS exports file was generated in the root folder, because that's also the case for some people and they had issues accessing it. Then you will import it like this, if it's in the root folder. In my case, I specified to generate it in the source, so I need to import it from the source. After importing them too, I can do amplify.configure and then pass in this object. That's everything that we will need to configure Amplify. So let's just check if everything is still working. I'll probably have to restart the development server. So let's start run on iOS again to see if it has the newly installed libraries. No, I think it doesn't want to do that. So I'm gonna find the terminal with my development server here. I'm gonna press Ctrl+C to stop the server and start it again. And running it again on our iOS simulator. Anish is asking, I'm new to development, should I start up development in React Native? And someone suggested to learn React.js first. I would disagree with that fact. I don't think React.js is a prerequisite to learn React Native. In fact, when I started learning, I started with React Native, and that was the first, I started with React Native before React.js. I learned React Native, and after that I had a project with React.js, and I learned React.js. So there is no dependencies, and if you are interested only in mobile development, start with React Native. If you're interested in web development, start with React.js. And once you know one, React Native or React.js, it's going to be very easy for you to switch to the other one. So that's the thing. Before getting into React Native and React.js, I highly recommend to strengthen your JavaScript fundamentals. Here, I think this is a prerequisite because we are using a lot of JavaScript, especially ES6 features from JavaScript to simplify a lot of stuff. So we are writing this a lot. For example, props destructuring. If you don't know the syntax, it's going to be weird for you to see all this syntax for destructuring, for prop spreading, Lambda functions, and so on. So start with that and then go into React Native or React.js, depending what you want to build. So we have back our application running, and as you can see, it still runs as expected. If we don't have any issues, that's what we want. So, all right. What's the next step? The next step is to configure our authentication module. So you can set the timer. It's 56. To configure Vamp authentication in our application, also in our up.tsx, I'm gonna import authentication from AWS React Native. So first of all, we do not import authentication. We import with Authenticator. This is a higher order component, but basically, in simple terms, this is just a function that you can wrap your components with. So in our case, we will have to wrap our application component inside with Authenticator. To do that, I'm not going to export it in the same line. First of all, I'm going to declare it with function up. And here I'm going to export default, for example, up. So we need to wrap our application with Authenticator, and our application, save, refreshing, and element type is invalid. Expected a string. Did I change something here? Run iOS. Do I have a typo? And boom, we have our authentication set up. The full authentication flows with creating an account, signing in, forget password, and so on. And now it's 57. It was 1 minute and 2 lines of code. So by default, we get this default screens provided by Amplify, which we can adjust the styles of them slightly. For example, colors, the roundness of buttons, and so on. So this, as I said previously, are perfectly fine for some prototypes, for some projects in the beginning stage. However, in other applications, if you have a specific design, you can adjust them and create your custom authentication screens. We're not gonna cover that today because it's gonna take us a lot of time. I'm covering that in our full stack mobile developer course that you can find in the link below. So let's actually create us an account. So I'm gonna create it here. For the username, you have to provide the email. So in these terms, like the UI is not the best, just because that was the setting we chose how we want to users to authenticate. I didn't want them to have usernames, I wanted them to have emails, that's why. Set a password, and here is the actual email. If you implement the custom screens, you don't need like 2 emails field, you can have only 1. That's perfectly fine. And some random number for the phone number, and let's sign up. Now I should receive on my email the confirmation code. So let me just go quickly, and yeah, I received it instantly. Yeah, you can see it here if my camera wants to focus. So let's add our email as the username to confirm our account, and now let's confirm it with 278779. Confirm, and everything went well. And now let's log in. So let's log in, sign in. Boom, perfect. So here we have it, our application. After signing in, after creating an account, only then we can access our application. And now if I will reload, I will not see the login screen again, because Amplify is smart enough to cache the authentication tokens and to take care of everything, of all the tokens, of all this complicated stuff behind the scenes for us. So with this we have our authentication screens. Alright, so one more thing I want to show you, because this is a very common use case to sign out, and for some people it was a bit confusing. I just want you to show how you can sign out a user. So you're gonna probably have a button, and I'm not gonna focus on the styles of the button, only on the only with the functionality of a button. So where should I put the button? I will put it somewhere in the signal, in the home screen. So sort screens. Should I put it there? Or just here? If I put it here. Hello, log out, save. Let's import the text. Where is the text? Where is the text? Where? React Native. Has anyone seen React Native? Okay, import text from React Native. Save. Perfect, and yeah, it's there. All right. Now let's move it somewhere. I don't want it in our home screen. Let's move it in our. I don't want it in the app.tsx. I will move it probably in the home screen, just for you to know. So here inside this view, I will have the text logout. It's again there. Navigate home screen. So let me just put it inside a pressable, because the pressable is the component that will allow us to handle the user clicks. So pressable, inside the pressable, this thing. Guys, I'm gonna write some inline styles just to see it on the screen. Background color, red, height 50, margin 10. Yeah, just, you don't have to do this. You'll probably have your own styles. That's why I'm just rushing in to show you the functionality. And align items, center, justify content, center. Very ugly, a lot of styles just to show this one, but that's how we go. No. All right, so we have this one, the logout button. So let's add the on press here, and the on press will be logout function that we can implement right now inside our tab 1 screen. So let's do const logout equal to the function. So what should happen in this logout? We should actually log out the user from the application. To do that, here on top, I'm gonna import the authentication module from AWS Amplify. And this authentication module contains a simple function called sign out. Sign out. Let's save. Let's try to press on the sign out here. Boom, we are back on the home screen. And if I reload, I don't see the application. We are on the home screen. So here I can write back my email and the password. Sign in. Logout, sign in. Okay. All right. So. That's how you log out. And the same way we are logging out and we are creating our custom buttons, the same way you can create like custom authentication screens with inputs for the username, for the password, with buttons, and then you can use the auth. For example, sign in. And here you will need to pass in a username or sign in options, username and password. For example, username, like username input, and so on, and then the password. And Amplify will sign you in. This is not very hard if you have a bit of experience with it. For the sign out, it's pretty simple. We don't have to pass in anything. We just call the sign out and that's it. All right. Okay. So I think I'm gonna comment out this button from here, just not to see it always on the screen because it's ugly. You can design a better one. You can design a setting screen and put the sign out there. So I think we are done with authentication. So we can say git add, git commit, Amplify and authentication. Okay, all right. So the next step, yeah, I'm gonna explain you in a moment what's gonna be the next step. Kimbawa is saying, yes, I have also started with React Native and now writing good code, since I have a good background of JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. I also kindly disagree with, yeah, cool. Amazon is so good. Amazon clone, you mean? Yeah, that was a nice project. Thank you, Tayo. Tayo saying, great work, keep energy up, love your streams. Thank you very much. I will, it's just getting started. I climbed yesterday the third highest volcano in the world, and now today I was a bit destroyed. My legs are hurting. I'm walking like an old man. Everything hurts. My lips are very dry because of the wind. On the top it was almost freezing. And we did it during the night. So we started at 12 in the night. We reached the top at 7 in the morning. Basically 7 hours of climbing the mountain. And then we had to go back with a cable car. But because of a very high wind, it was not working. So we had to take to climb down on foot the mountains. And it took us another 6 hours to climb it down because everyone was already dead, like our legs were not moving, so it was a tough experience. But I'm very happy that we did it. So that's why today I don't have a lot of energy, like I'm a little bit calmer, so just preserving energy that I lost yesterday. Okay, guys, so the next step is the interesting part. All right, let me start with explaining you the problem and then why we will need that solution. So we signed up. Behind the authentication module in Amplify stays AWS Cognito service, which we can access it if we go to our authentication here. Will we be able to access it from here? We cannot access it from here directly. However, if we go to our AWS console, let's sign in. And let's open again AWS Amplify. And here let's open our project that we just created, Signal Clone. So if we scroll down a bit, we will see what categories have we added. So basically we have added authentication, and we also have added API by doing the data modeling that we did previously. We'll cover that a bit later. Now let's focus on the authentication. So if I open it here, I will see the links to the Cognito service that I am speaking about. So let's open it in a new tab. So yeah, this is the ID that I was searching for previously, and I couldn't find it. But basically, yeah, this is the user pool ID. So this Cognito service will keep track of all our users, of their tokens, of their identities, permissions, and so on. You can also manage groups with them and much more. So here we see that we have a username, an email, which is confirmed. We confirm our email. Yeah, that's basically what AWS Cognito knows about the user, and that powers the authentication. On the other hand, our user if you see here on the right, on our user should also have like images, the user should also have like a name, and a lot of more stuff. So for that reason, we also need this user to be in our database, not only in authentication. Authentication is nice, it lets us sign in, but to be able to display the data about the user, for example, for other users, to see a list of all the users, then we need to keep this data in the database. So if I go back to the AWS console, and if I go to the API tab, I see here the tables that we set up using the data modeling. So basically there is a message table, Chatroom User, and Chatroom, and also user table. This is what I was looking for. So let's view it. And behind our, Amplify uses Amazon DynamoDB as the database, and DynamoDB scales very well for millions of requests, and it scales it automatically. So if you open this page and you didn't see any tables, make sure that the region here on the top is the same as here. So here is Ireland, here is Ireland. If it's different, you will not see the table. So this is the table. If I look at the items, I don't see any items. There is no users in the database. Basically, we have our user in the Cognito user pool, which is responsible for authentication. But in our data layer, where we will be able to store the image URI, all the information about the user, we don't have it. So how can we save the user once the user registers in our application? How we can save it into database? For that, Amplify authentication module in Amplify can trigger some actions, and these actions are, for example, user confirmation. So after user confirms his email, we can do something. There is also pre-sign up, so you can do some checks before the user sign ups. There are a lot of triggers. I'm going to show you a list of them shortly. And behind these triggers are Lambda functions. These Lambda functions are simple functions that are running in the cloud in AWS. And the cool part about them is that we don't have to worry about servers. We just write our code as a function. We provide it to AWS, and then it takes care for ourselves to run it, to manage it, to scale it. If we suddenly have a million users signing up, it's gonna scale the Lambda function to run in parallel, so to handle all the requests. So these are the moving parts in the next step that we are gonna implement. So as I said, we have authentication module that can trigger some functions depending on some events. One of these events is the user confirmation event. So when user confirms, we can create a Lambda that will save this data, the user's data, in our DynamoDB. And with DynamoDB, later we can display a list, for example, of users. We can add users to the chat rooms. We can chat with users, and so on. So hopefully the problem and the solution is clear. So let's start implementing it. All right, I'm gonna open our terminal, and we will need to do some modification to Amplify. So let's do Amplify Auth update. Hopefully you can see it there. Amplified Auth update. Here, what do you want to do? There is no option to just set these events. And for that reason, I'm gonna say that, okay, let's walk through the authentication configuration. Select authentication authorization service. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it the default this one. Most of the things here I will leave them as they are. So unauthenticated logins, no. Third-party authentication, no. User pool groups, no. Admin queries, no. Mfa, no. Email-based user registration forgot password. Let's leave it default. Specify everything by default. Don't override the default password policy, no. Default, just press enter until here enter as well. Authentication flow, no. So yeah, in the previous step, select no. And here the question is, we got where we wanted to get. Do you want to configure Lambda triggers for Cognito? Yes, we want to configure them. Press yes. Which triggers do you want to enable for Cognito? Yeah, and make sure to press space to select, and yeah, enter to continue. So let's go create auth challenge, custom message. This is the custom email message. In order not to have that boring, here is your code message if you want to adjust it. Auth challenge, no. Post authentication, no. Post confirmation. This is what we want. We want to trigger this Lambda function after the user is confirmed. And because it's post confirmation, it's going to happen only once. So don't press enter here, because that was one of my mistakes before. Press space to select it. Yeah, as you can see, it's green there. And then let's press enter. What functionality do you want to use for the post confirmation? I want to create my own module. Also press space here to select it, then enter. Do you want to edit your custom function now? Yes, I think we will edit it right now. Do you want to edit your custom function? Press enter to continue. Okay, here press enter to continue. All right, so here is our Lambda function. It's basically a very simple function. And by the way, if Amplify didn't open the file automatically, you can find this file by going to Amplify folder. From here to backend, their function, then signal clone, post confirmation, source, and custom. This is the function. The file that we can insert code here to be executed by our Lambda trigger. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We want to save the user to DynamoDB. Save a new user to DynamoDB. DynamoDB. Is AWS DynamoDB paid? The question. AWS DynamoDB has a free tier. Yes, it is a paid service. However, it has a free tier. So for if we go to their pricing page, you will see that you have how much? Where is the free tier? For on demand here. And if I search free tier, free tier, 25 GB of data storage, 2.5 million stream read requests from DynamoDB stream, and 1 GB of data transfer out. So I think that's more than enough for a lot of use cases, even a little bit more than like some test projects. You will, I don't know, like an application with around 20,000 users will not be more than 1 GB of data storage, like on average, like let's say. So it's a lot. But make sure to read the pricing models and to understand what's being priced and what's free and how you can adjust them. Okay. So here, as I said, we need to save a new user to DynamoDB. This event, we will not have anything here. This event will contain some data that Cognito will send us. You can find more information about what data exactly it will contain if we go to Amplify docs. Let's see where it is. Just to know what information you have, and if you are registering other triggers, where to know what event you will receive. So let's go to Lambda Triggers. This is for storage. Cognito, advanced workflows, Lambda Triggers for Cognito. Here is how you can set them. I'm wondering if they show the event itself. They don't show it here. We probably show it in their official documentation on the AWS. Okay, let me see. Un momento. All right, so here we have it. Oh, it's so slow. Okay, so the event will contain for us, let's say here, the event that is coming from DynamoDB trigger will contain will contain the user attributes, and event will contain a request. The request will contain the user attributes, and the user attributes there contains the sub, it contains email, what else it contains. Basically, let me show you what it will contain. So in the application, if I do of dot current authenticated user, then console log, you will see what information it will contain. Let's go to iPhone device here. This is everything that it will contain, this data. So as you saw, it has the user attributes, email verified, phone number, and sub. This sub is the unique identifier of the user in Amazon Cognito. So if I copy it from here, user pools, users, this is the username here. the user ID of a user incognito. So based on this ID, where is it? Yeah, based on this sub ID, because we know it's unique and it's never gonna change incognito, we can create this relationship between a database user and cognito user by having the same ID. There we will set it to ID, here it's the sub. That's why we will, in our custom.js, we will need event request user attributes.sub to set it as the ID for the DynamoDB entry. Okay, so for the DynamoDB, we will need to write directly there. So for that reason, we need a reference to our DynamoDB. To get it, we will first import the AWS module from AWS SDK. The AWS SDK comes automatically in the Lambda function. If you need some extra packages in Lambda function, you will need to add them here to the dependencies, but AWS SDK comes by default. And our DynamoDB client will be a new AWS.DynamoDB. Yes, this is our DynamoDB client, and we will be able to use it to write to DynamoDB. For more information about DynamoDB API, you can check the DynamoDB documentation. Here I'm gonna show you how to insert one item in there in DynamoDB, but there can be, to know how to read and stuff like that, you can check the documentation. So because we need this event request user attribute sub, let's check first of all if we don't have it. I'm gonna just copy request. Let's add the question mark, because request can be null, and in that case we just don't want it to fail. We can handle it here, sub. So if there is no things like that, we can do a console log to have it no sub provided, and just return. Okay, we just return. Otherwise, let's go down here. Here we will have to create the item and save it to the database. So first of all, const user item is going to be an object. What data it will have? We know that it will have an ID. We know that it will have image URI. But there are some properties that our model should have in order to satisfy Amplify behind the scenes. For example, what I'm speaking about. If I go to Amplify admin, let's go to the content. And let's just create not chat room. I want a user. Let's create a user, and his name is going to be test. I'll not set any image URI. I'm not going to set any status. I'm not going to set anything. Just a name test. So just by providing one field test, if I save it to the user, you would expect that in DynamoDB we have only one field test. But that's not actually the case. If I go to DynamoDB items, I'm still here. If I refresh, I see one item created that we just created. And if I open it here, we see that the object has a lot of extra things that it needs to make it work behind the scenes, such as type name, last changed at, the version of the object, created at, updated at, ID, name, and so on. So let's let's have a look at what we will need. So first of all is ID and name. ID name. Underscore type name, that's what we need. Underscore type name. And the type name we can hard code user, because it's just specify which type is this object, user. Let's change that with only one underscore. Make sure to not make mistakes here, because it's going to take a little bit of time to understand why that is happening and also to update it. Let's change that. I'm just setting the keys. I'm going to provide the values in a moment. Version. For the version, I can set 1 because it's the first version. We are just creating it. Created at. It's going to be a date. ID name we have, and the last one updated at. Okay, so for the where to start. Last changed at. Last changed at is a number, and this number represents it's a timestamp, like the amount of seconds from a date in the past. So to get a timestamp like this, I'm gonna first of all create a variable called now, which is a new date. Creating a new date will set it to the today's date, and the timestamp const timestamp we can create from a date calling the get time. This will return our time starting from 90, 60, 70, something like that. So this timestamp we can set it to last changed at. Okay, we said the version is 1. Created at should be a string, and this string is the how is it called? The ISO string. It's in the format ISO date. So there is a standard for displaying dates. So in our case, this is a ISO. So for that reason, I can say it's now dot to ISO string. Okay. The same thing we can do for updated at. When you create an object, the created at and updated at is going to be the same. And when you update it, you're going to change the updated at. So they're going to be different later on if you update them. So we have only two fields, ID and name. For the ID, as I said, we need to connect our database user with our Cognito user. So for the ID, I'm going to set it to the event.request.user_attributes.sub, to the unique ID of a user from Cognito. For the name, we don't have like the name automatically from Cognito unless you set it up to have, but for that you need custom authentication screens. So in that case, you'll also be possible to do, I don't know, name. In our case, we don't have it. If you look in our console log here, there is no name, and I'm gonna set just the email as the name, and later on we will give a possibility to the user to update his name. So I think we have everything. Type name, last changed at, version, ID, created at, updated at, name. Yep. All right. So the interesting part about DynamoDB is that it's not that simple. It's not that simple to save it. So if I go to DynamoDB notjust docs, let's have a look. And I'm gonna show you why this is not enough. So put item is the operation to create. Here it is, put item. Operation that will add an item to DynamoDB. So let's go for JavaScript. Creates a new item or replace and so on. The put items need the parameters. However, the parameters, here is this item. For example, album title is not just a string, but it's an object, and that object contains a key S, and S stands for string and the actual value. Same thing for artist. Artist is a string and the value. If it's a number, it should be n for a number, but the value should also be string. This is quite weird, I understand. So here is the more information about the parameters. Item is required. Attribute name, for example, album title, artist, or in our case, type name. Then the object and one of these keys, either B for Boolean, no, this is buffer, bool for Boolean, BS for also buffer, N for number, it can be null or string. This is an SS is an array of strings. So for strings we need S, for numbers we need N. Let's do it. So instead of just having a value, it's gonna have S. Here it's gonna have number because we need it as a number. If I look in the DynamoDB for that, you see it as a number, and version is as well a number. The rest is strings. Timestamp, but when you save it, you cannot send an integer. So for that reason, you will need timestamp to string. Okay, version as well. Number version is as a string 1. Created at is a string, and this is already string, so it's good. String. This is quite an advanced use case, guys. So if you have some troubles understanding like why do we need everything like that, don't get discouraged. In this case, just follow along, just copy this stuff, and probably once you'll get more into the AWS ecosystem, into the DynamoDB, you'll understand a little bit more what's happening here. The ID in our case is also a string. I understand this. Even for me, I think this looks complicated and unnecessary complicated. You can have, as we had, like type name and the value without an object with S and stuff like that. Yeah, in this case, so name is a string. Save. Yes, right now it's better. Right now I think it's gonna work. All right, so we have to do db.dynamodb dot put item, and when we put item, we will have to send here some parameters, right? Let's declare the parameters up top. Const params is equal to an object. If we look in the documentation here, what parameters it needs an item which is required. So we just define that item as user item. Does it need anything else? Table name, which is required. Okay, so table name. Sorry, had to zoom in a bit here. Table name. Here we need to specify the table name where we want to write. So I can either hard code it here, just find the table name from, let's say, DynamoDB. I can go to overview, and here is the table name, like user and so on. I can hard code it there, but that's not very flexible and scalable, because if you have different environments, you want to be able to send different table names. So for that reason, I'm gonna send it through environment variables, and I'm gonna show you how to do that. So table name is gonna be process. This is how you access an environment variable in Node.js. So you have a name, let's say user table, right? Because we need the name for the user table. Let's set it here. And it's gonna come from environment variables, which we will have to send in a moment. So db put item parameters, and this is to make this to be able to await for the response, we will call the .promise function on it. So db put item parameters .promise. We have to await this promise to finish. So if we have to await, we need to make our function asynchronous. Okay, this is here, save user to database. All right, so because there might be some issues, it's a good practice to encapsulate this writing to the database into a try catch. For example, if we misspell some types here, that's gonna throw an issue, an error. So catch error. Let's just console log to be able to see it. Error. And then we don't need this callback because we removed it. Okay. Yeah, after that we can also, I don't know, console log something to be able to see if it was okay. Success. Otherwise this one. So this is our function. The function will be triggered by Cognito. It will receive the information from Cognito, such as user attributes and user ID. And based on this user ID, we will create a simple user in our database to be able to, to have in our database, to be able to query them and so on. And here is just some, it's a way to save and to work with DynamoDB from our Lambda function. So I really hope that it's gonna work from the first time, and to know that, I'm just gonna do amplify push. Amplify push will take this function from here and will provide it to the cloud. It first of all will see what changes did we make to the amplify itself. So it detected that we made some changes to the authentication, and the changes in the authentication are the trigger, the Lambda trigger, and we also added a function, create operation. For API, we don't have any changes. So are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Let's continue. Nosa is asking, will this be on your channel later? Yes, this is gonna be on the channel. I'm saving all the live streams so you can watch them later at your own pace. So we'll wait until everything is provided to the cloud. How are you doing, guys? Do you have any questions on this part? I know that this is a little bit more complicated to save a user in the database this way. but actually this is the most secure and most scalable way of doing this thing. Because in our projects, we were saving the user, we were syncing this authentication user with the database user from our React Native application. So when you open the application, I was checking if there is any user in database with that user. If not, I was saving it. But that's not very secure, because you expose the operation of creating database user to the public. So anyone registered in the application can create some database users. In this case, everything happens behind the scenes with triggers. So we do not expose, you can set to not being able to create users in database from anywhere else, like from the API. And this is the right way to do it. So that's why it's a bit more complicated, but I wanted it to be this way. Are you going to use subscription for real-time messaging? Yes, we will. Okay. Pinterest clone suggestion, I think. Pinterest clone, please. Pinterest. Okay, that's interesting. We'll take it into consideration. Alright, so going back to our code, all resources are updated in the cloud. And what does that mean? If I go to Amplify, not to admin UI, I mean to Amplify. And if I refresh this page, the page of our project, Signal Clone, if I go to functions, I see here a function, Signal Clone Post Confirmation / staging. So let's open this view in Lambda. This will open our function in the Lambda page in the AWS console. And here we will see everything about it, like code. Try not to edit the code here, because if you edit it here, the next time you're gonna do push from your project, is gonna be overwritten. So if you need some code changes, always do it from within your project, from here. If you need configuration changes, you can do them here, no worries. That's why let's go to our configuration. And here there are general, but we need environment variables, because you remember that we depend on the user table environment variable to know in which DynamoDB table to write. So let's copy this name. And here, besides in these default environment variables, I'm gonna add a new one called user table. This field is required. Okay, so user table should be the name of our DynamoDB. Going back here, overview and table name. So let me show you again how you can get here. I will close this page. If you go to your Amplify console, all application, you'll see your application, press on it, then you see here Authentication API functions. Let's go to our API, and if you scroll down to data sources, you should see the user table. Open view. This will open our DynamoDB for the user tables, from where overview we can take the table name here, table name. So copy this table name. It's also like the one here, the one here on top. So make sure to copy it correctly and go back to our Lambda configuration. So user table should be this user, some random string, and then the name of the environment. All right, let's save. Yeah, now our Lambda will know where to write, but by default, it will not have permission to do so. So AWS takes security very, very seriously. So by default, nothing is allowed to do anything. You need to specify what each service is allowed to do. So in our case, let's go to, yeah, we are still on our Lambda function page. In configuration, we will go to the permission tab here. So permission tab, these are the permission that our resource has by default. I mean, not by default, but it was set by Amplify. So yeah, this Lambda has access to create log files. That's by default, that's okay. But other than that, it doesn't have access to anything else, only to write logs. We actually need to give a Lambda access to be able to write data to DynamoDB. So we need to view role document. No. Not view role document, but here on the execution role name, you can press on this role name and it will open in another AWS service. Welcome to AWS. Everything has its own service. And now we are speaking about YAM, Identity and Access Management. If you press on this, it's going to open our role that our Lambda function has. So let's first of all attach a policy, because we want to give our Lambda some extra permissions. Here you can select from some default permission. Administrator access will give it ability to access anything, but it's not recommended. It's recommended to give granular access only to the things and to the operation that you need. So for that reason, let's create a new policy by pressing on Create New Policy button. And you can either do with Visual Editor or directly here in JSON. All right, so I have a template of a policy document, and you can find it by downloading the assets, which I told in the beginning of the video. So let me find mine, live stream, signal assets. This is the downloaded thing. So let's open Lambda policy. I'm gonna open it in my open. So let's just copy paste it, this policy. Let's copy paste it here. So the policy will allow to, this is the action. So it will allow to put item, and here we need to specify where, like to which resource it will allow this action. And here we need to insert the ID of our DynamoDB table. So if I go back to our DynamoDB table, by now I think you should know where to find it from Amplify. This is the table name, but if you scroll down a bit, it should say ARN, Amazon Resource Name. This is basically an ID, and each thing in Amazon has an ARN. So just copy this ARN and let's go back to our YAM management. And here, instead of this string, insert our ARN and to the DynamoDB table, and which specific table. So basically this policy will say that the service that is using this role will be able to put item to this table. It will not be able to read, it will not be able to update, and so on. So let's do next tags, next review, and name is going to be Lambda access to signal user table. It's pretty descriptive. So let's create the policy. Create policy. Oh, I think it created already. So if I close this page, and I go back to the attach permission page, because we started from here to create it. You have to search here the Lambda, how we called it, access to signal, to signal user table. I think this is the wrong policy, the one that I used previously. Yeah, wait a second. I'm gonna do it again, create policy. Because I already had the same policy with the same name. JSON, I'm gonna copy paste the JSON here. I'm gonna copy the ARN of our database table, put it here. Next, tags, next. Lambda access to signal user table 2. That's perfect. 2, create policy. And now it says the policy has been created. For you, it's probably from the beginning it was like this. And this is not it. We need to attach this policy to our role. So if I close this part, go back to here, or if you lost this attach permission page, you can open it up from our Lambda console here, pressing on the role name. Going to the role name, we need to attach our newly created policy by doing here attach policy, and by searching Lambda access to and find the name of the policy. Attach policy. That's it. Now our Lambda has 2 policy: access to signal user table and the execution policy by default that it was there. I can close this tab right now, and on the Lambda page, if I refresh here, that's a lot. And if I go to the permission and here resource summary, now I can see that there are 2 different services that the Lambda has some permissions. If I select Amazon DynamoDB, it shows to which resource, and it shows what actions, allow put items. Make sure that you have this here. If not, make sure that you create correctly and you attach the policy to the role that we are using. So with that being said, I think we are ready to go. So the Lambda code is created, environment variable for the user table is created, permission to write there is added. Now the next step is just to try to register once again. So going back to our project, in the home screen I'm gonna uncomment our logout button because I need to log out. Then I need to sign up. So let me try to sign up right now. And if everything was created correctly, we should automatically create a user in a database as well. Email. notjust.dev and some random password. Sign up. So right now the user is not yet in the database. It's only in incognito user pool. If I go here, if I refresh, the user is here, like this one, newly created, and the account is not confirmed yet. So for this reason, if I go to database items, I don't see it. This is the user that we created previously. But that's actually good because we added the trigger post confirmation. So after you confirm it. All right, let's try to confirm it. notjust.dev. And let me check the code. I didn't receive the code. I didn't receive a code, but I had the same issue when I was preparing. So in this process of updating our authentication module, our confirmation email were deactivated. So let's try to enable them again. For that reason, let's go to the Mfa and Verification. I'm in the user pool of our project, so Mfa and Verification. How will user be able to recover their account? Which attributes do you want to verify? We will want to verify email, basically receiving email. Yeah, I don't know why it was no verification, because we actually want to verify the email. So let's try to save. MFA cannot be turned off if an SMS role is configured. What's going on here? So MFA, okay, let's set it to optional just to get rid of this issue. Save changes. And yeah, the changes are saved. I'm wondering, yeah, I don't think that we need to push to pull the things here, but in any case, let's do amplify pull with our app ID and environment name. Basically from admin UI, you can get it from here. So let's pull them again to make sure that we are up to date. Yeah, no changes, no changes, no changes. And either register with a different name, or if you don't have another email, go to the user pool, users and groups. And for the user that we just registered, I'm gonna open it, disable user and delete user. And now I'm gonna be able to use the same email to sign up. Yeah, everything current staging. All right, let's try again. Let's try again. Same email, password, and some random number. Let's sign up, and let's hope that now we received the confirmation email. Did we? Yes, we did. So let's paste the code here, 799-361. 361. And the username is Vadim at notjust.dev. Let's confirm. And let's have a look at our database. Let's do an update here. And boom, we have our user saved in database. If something didn't work, in a moment I'm going to show you how to debug these issues, because it's quite interesting. But let's have a look at the user that we just generated. And it's this one with a name, Vadim, notjust.dev, because we set the email as name. So type name, user, last changed at, perfect, version number 1, created at, it's today's date, today time, ID, and this is the ID. If we copy this ID and go to user pools, refresh the page to see the new user, it's confirmed. This is the ID. So by having the same ID in two places, we can connect the dots. And name is this one. Everything is perfectly fine. If for some reason something didn't work out, go to Amplify console for your project, and in the function, let's open our Lambda function. No, let's actually go directly to CloudWatch, because CloudWatch is the one responsible for the logs. Actually, you can see here some logs. Info success. This is the success message that I'm console logging here, success. But in order to see them better, let's open actually the CloudWatch page to go directly there. So we are here, log groups, log streams. Open the latest one. If you have multiple tries, you're gonna have multiple log streams here. Let's open the latest one. And here we can see, if I open, this is the start of the application. It's automatically logged. This is a success message. And end request. If you had some issue, you're gonna see the error here. So if you have something, I don't know, related to saving the item to DynamoDB, or you're accessing some variable that doesn't exist, the error will be displayed here in CloudWatch. So if you have some issues, try to, first of all, of course, Google it, and then if you don't find an answer, comment down below, or use our Discord channel to try to get help. All right, so, but in our case, our user is created both in our Cognito to be able to authenticate, and in our database to be able to start some chats with him. So in the home screen, I want to get rid of our logout button. So we've logged in, we are done. We have set up authentication. We have set up Lambda Triggers to save a user in a database. In that part, I get it. It's a bit complicated. It's some advanced stuff. But that's the only thing that's a bit more complicated from today's tutorial. Then everything should make more sense. So let's add git commit. Oh, come on. Cognito Lambda Trigger. Okay, how is it, guys? Was that super complicated, or it was fine? I hope that I put it into an easier way than it should be. Hello, Anbu. All of these AWS things is free from the beginning. Specifically, services and what we are using today, they have free tier. So while you're developing, while you're testing with a couple of users, even I think a couple of hundred users, and if you don't go crazy with it, I don't know, uploading some terabytes of data, then everything is going to be free. But disclaimer, check the pricing page and to see how much free tier it exists and how much you're using. All-time gamers, it was really great. Thank you very much. Kamlesh, thank you very much for the donation. That's really nice. How are you doing today? Vadim, please make videos for beginners on Udemy. I would prefer to make videos for beginners here on YouTube for free, and I'm gonna continue doing this as much as possible, besides the advanced and very in-depth course that I'm doing. So my focus is gonna still be YouTube to provide free content for you guys, but at the same time, this is my full-time job at the moment. I rejected an Amazon offer that was paying very well, and because I'm doing this full-time, I need to sustain myself. That's why I'm working right now on this advanced and very in-depth course for full-stack mobile development, where you will learn like 10 times more features and things than we are doing here on YouTube. and everything is going to be in one place. On YouTube, we are covering a lot of parts, but we are doing that like in different clones in order to keep the projects like under 10 hours. So yeah, that's why if you are ready to get to the next level and to implement, custom authentication screens, authentication with social providers, I'm talking about this because we are on this topic. If you want to do these things and learn them, join the course right now, or if you're watching this later, the doors will be closed, so you can join the wait list and get notified when the course is ready. Kamlesh is saying, thank you, Vadim, for being very generous, and you make easy for people understand everything. Awesome, thank you very much. That's my goal, to make complex stuff a bit easier to understand. Vadim, can you please do a tutorial for audio video call features in React Native? That's something that I really want to do, so it's gonna come in the next tutorials. Will you show how to send images? That might be one of the advanced and extra features that we're gonna cover next week. Yeah, Faisal, I'm gonna do it. Please don't spam. All right, let's get back. So, save authenticated user in database. We did this step. We are done. Let's move on. The next step is to integrate Datastore, is to fetch all the data, to display all the data, to save the data in database, to subscribe to new updated data, and so on. So let's think what's gonna be the next steps. Code, let's go. First of all, let's drink some water, guys, to stay hydrated. All right, cheers to everyone. Where do we start with? I just realized that we are missing one UI screen. So basically this home screen is displaying chat rooms, people who you are already chatting, but it doesn't display people who you are not already chatting with. So we need to create a screen with a list of users where you'll be able to start a chat room with. So let's copy our home screen because it's going to be quite similar. Let's copy it to and name it what? Users screen. Users, list of users. Make sense? Yeah. So here I'm gonna name it users screen. I don't need logout here, and I can delete the authentication and the stuff that we don't need from here. At the moment, I'm still gonna render the chatroom screen, chatroom item, but I'm gonna adjust that as well. Now I want to attach this user screen to our navigation. And if I go to the navigation, I'm gonna go to the index, and where we import our home screen, I'm gonna also import our users screen. Users. So let's add the user screen as what? Yeah, let's copy this text screen from here and call it, the name will be users screen, component users screen, option. Let's remove a header title. We don't need the header title there. We can, instead of that, add a title. Users, I don't know. And also this background title visible, I can remove it as well. So let's save, and before moving on, we need to implement the navigation to this screen from somewhere. And in this case, I want to attach this icon to redirect us to the user screen. This icon, this is edit or new, I don't know. Should we do that? Let's try to do that. So this part is our home header, if you didn't watch the previous video. So here we will need to get access to the navigation, or we actually console log. I want to render the props here because we might have the navigation from the props. Props. Okay, props. Let's open our thing here, remove and reload to see what properties the component gets. Children, allow font scaling. No, it doesn't have a navigation itself, but we can do const navigation equal use navigation hook, and this hook we can import from somewhere. React navigation native from here. Use navigation. Then we will need a pressable because we need to handle the on clicks on this icon, and the pressable is gonna come from React Native here. Pressable, and we need to put this icon in a pressable. Home header, and the icon is this edit icon. So let's put inside the pressable, and on press is gonna be navigation.navigate where to users screen. Save, and let's check if it works. Yeah, users. Back home, users. Back home, users. All right, okay. So the navigation is good, the screen is displayed. However, here in our user screen, we are not rendering chat room items because it's not a chat room. It doesn't have a last message, it doesn't have an ID and so on. It should contain only the image and the name. But because it's so similar to this chat room item, I'm actually gonna duplicate it. Where is it? Components, chat room item. Let's duplicate it and rename it to user item. User item. User item, this one as well should be renamed. User item. Update imports, yes. Make sure that in the index you're importing from user item. Here, instead of chat room item, user item. And here not a chat room but a user. So we can delete the taking the user here because we will receive it. Navigation on press, we are not going to the chat room, but here we will have to, when we press on a user, create a chat room with him. So we don't have this new message. We don't have a new message. We don't have that. What else we don't have? We don't have the created at. We delete it. We only have username we don't have a content as well. Save. And user. Yeah, let's use this user item in our user screen. So instead of chatroom item, I'm gonna use user item. User is, yeah, let's update the import statement, save. And I don't know, probably it is crashing somewhere. Going here. Yeah, it doesn't get it. I understand, because we are importing chat rooms data, but we also, from dummy data, if we're speaking about that, we have dummy data slash users. Users. Save. Now, yeah, now it's better. So we see a list of users. Still from the dummy data, but at least we have a UI for that. Sorry. I'm gonna add, I'm gonna commit these things just for you to, if you like to walk through users UI. If you would like to walk through the commits to see the changes, it's going to be easier to understand where is the UI stuff and where is the logic and backend stuff. Because right now, everything is good. However, these are from dummy data. So our next step is to query the list of users, because we already have 2 here in database in DynamoDB. So let's query the list of users here and display them in the flat list instead of this dummy data. Okay, for that, we're gonna need a couple of things. We're gonna need a state variable to keep the list of users. For that reason, I'm gonna import useState here. And we're gonna need the useEffect hook, because we want to query the users when the component mounts. For that, we need the useEffect to realize this fetching when the component mounts. What we will need besides this? Besides this, we will need to import Datastore from Amplify Datastore. Usually I'm doing from Amplify, but I think like this, it will be a bit more optimal. So from AWS Amplify Datastore, all right. And we will also need to import from the source models schema, not schema, index. Basically, we will need the user model that we will import from these models. So let's import it here. All right, hopefully that's not COVID. So let's import user model from somewhere, no, here, source, models. Okay. So with these imports, let's start. Let's start by defining the state. Here is where we will keep our users, not user, but users. Set users. This is going to be a use state. And because we are using TypeScript, but I didn't cover a lot of TypeScript in this tutorial, here for use state, we need to specify what type should this variable be. So the type of the variable will be an array of users from the model. Initially, it's going to be an empty array. So let's do like that. And these users, we are going to send to the flat list. So we can remove the import of our dummy data. If we save, we should see an empty list here. Reload. Oh, because I was looking at the home screen, right? And if I go to the users, it should be an empty screen. That's good, because in our useEffect, we are gonna query users. Let's add the empty array as a dependencies to make sure that this use effect is going to be called only when the component mounts. So let's define this function, fetch users, because it's going to be an async function. That's why we need to declare it separately. Yeah, like this. And after declaring it, we can call it right away. So here, fetch users const fetched users will be equal to await datastore dot query. What do we want to query? We want to query the user model, and that's it. Let's set users with a fetched users. And let's go to our this page. Nothing is happening. Datastore query. If I look here at the signal, is anything happening? Hello. Let's reload. And let's go to the users page. Yes, we have it. We have two users. One, yeah, basically, if I go to admin UI, if I refresh the page here, in the data tab here, we should see two users because that's the user that we have. Test. And it should, behind the scenes, fetch the other one. Come on. The test one, and here is this one. It doesn't have any image URI. For the sake of this test, I don't know, we can set some manual assets, dummy data, users. I don't know, we can set some images here, or you can implement an image selector in the application. Image URI, save, and let's go with this one. Image URI, save. And here in our application, if I reload, and if I go now to our this one, I see the images. Yeah, just to look better. Will it cover one-on-one chat? Yes, it will cover one-on-one chat. But this will happen just by adding two users to the chat room. That's going to be a one-on-one chat basically. But at the same time, it will be scalable to be able to add the third user to create a group. Flat list. Is there a way to enable page reload in React Native? Oh, yeah. You mean if it's possible to do basically an infinite scrollable list where you first see, for example, the first 10 items. When you scroll down, it automatically fetches new items and so on, and you see that it's an infinite scrollable list. Yes, this is also possible, and it's done using paginated fetching from the database. Because when we do here Datastore query user, it will try to fetch all the users or the maximum, I think, 1000 users. So yeah. Besides this, if you want to implement pagination for the flat list, you're gonna add the on and reach function. And when that happens, you need to query the next set of data, then to merge them together. So yeah, it's a bit complicated and more advanced stuff. And as well, I'm covering this in the Full Stack Mobile Developer course, so you can check it out. All right, so we have our users here, right? Yeah, it was as simple as that. And this function can be simplified so much. I don't know if I want to simplify it. I'm just gonna copy paste it, and I'm gonna show you how much we can simplify it. So basically, we just set the users and with this variable. So we can take this one here, set users. Then another thing is, instead of awaiting and then calling, we can do something like this: Datastore query.then, and then we will call the set users with a result. For that reason, we don't need the sync function, and we don't need to call the sync function. So basically, we have only one row out of everything from there. So if I refresh, it should still work. If I go to the new, yeah, here they are. Okay. So the next step is, what should happen if I press on a user here? We should create a new chat room with that user. So user item, if I open user item from components, user item, I'm gonna close some of the stuff here. Yes. So here we have our user item on press. Here we need to create a chat room with that user, right? Right. Okay, so what do we need for our chat room? Our chat room, if I go here, if I try to create a chat room, it needs new messages. Amount of new messages, which can be null. Last message as well can be null. Messages doesn't matter right now, but it needs these chat room users. Basically, we need to know which users are in that chat room. Okay, dude, you're not showing your screen. Okay. Where did I stop showing the screen? So at the end of the live streams, when I'm a bit tired, I shouldn't switch the screen. I should never switch the screen. What did I do? I think this one I did. You didn't see how I refactor this use effect, right? Yeah, that's the only thing that you didn't see. So this is the long use effect with defining an async function and then awaiting and then setting the users. However, because it's so little logic with await, we can switch to then, like Datastore query user, then set them to users. That's why we will get rid of the sync function, of calling it. So that's how we got to this one-line function. And it still works as expected. Share.screen. Okay, user item. So as I was saying, now whenever we press on a user here in the users, we need to create a chat room with him. So user item here. On press create a chat room. Alright, let me try to think how to explain you better. To be honest, it's gonna be easier to draw it, but I cannot draw. Okay, let me try to draw it to show like what things we need to create there. So where is it? Screen brush. I didn't use screen brush in a while. Brush tool and freeze and whiteboard. Here we go. So to create a chat room, first of all, here on the right we already have saved in the database 2 user models. Here is Vadim with his email and so on, and another user model is, I don't know, test user, right? Test. Test. Okay. By default, Vadim is the authenticated user. Authenticated. Okay. I mean, you get it. He is the authenticated user. And the test user is the one that we see in the list. So whenever we press on the test user, we need to create a chat room that contains the authenticated user Vadim and the clicked user. This is the clicked. This is the clicked user. All right. So first of all, we need to create a chat room. Here is create a chat room. I don't know why it's so big, but chat room. This chat room will contain things like amount of new messages, like new, I think I can write here. Messages is 0. If I do T or Command T. Okay, I can write it. So these things Vadim and test user are already set. When I press on a test user, first of all, I need to create this chat room. So this is the first step. Then we need to attach the users to this chat room. To this chat room. How do we do that? We have in the middle here our if I do like this, we have our chat room users. Okay, so for each user that we want to add to this chat room, we will create a new chat room user. So basically, this chat room user, I don't know, 1 is gonna connect, is gonna point to a user and is gonna point to a chat room. By doing this, we connect a user with a chat room. Now we have another chat room user that will connect the second user with this chat room. And why do we have this and not writing it directly to our user table? Is because it's a many-to-many relationship. So if here there is another chat room user, chat room chat room 2, and there is, this is user 3, then this chat room user can contain, this is for example 3, can contain these 2 users. No, back. This is the 4th, back. This is the 4th. So with this design, one user, for example test, can belong to 2 different chat rooms. To the first one, because through this connection, and to the second chat room through the third connection. And at the same time, one chat room can contain multiple users. And it actually can contain here the 5th, and by doing that, By doing that, here we have a group with 3 people. One chat room, 3 chat room users pointing to users. Okay, so knowing this, like this is the first step. This is the second step to create a relationship with the authenticated user. And this is the third step to create a relationship with the clicked user. All right, so let's move, let's switch off our whiteboard and implement it. How do I open the whiteboard? Does anyone know? Okay, so as I said, first step is to create a chat room. Let's do that here. Creating a chat room. So on press is going to be async and const new chat room equal to await Datastore, and we call the save function. Previous time we called the query, now we need to save. What do we need to save? We need to save a new chat room. And this chat room is a model, that we imported from the models. And let's pass here an object, and here we will specify the values of a chat room. I don't know what values do we have there. New messages that we can set to 0, or something like this. All right, this is the first step, creating a new chat room. The next step, come on. How to do this? Okay. So the next step, as you saw, oh my God, Vadim, come on. As you saw here, is to create a relationship, a chat room user that will connect the authenticated user with our newly created chat room. Here, user item. So, connect authenticated user with the chat room. First of all, we need to get the authenticated user. To get it, const authenticated user is equal to, I'm gonna use the authentication module and get the current authenticated user. This will return us that user attributes with .sub that we need. So I can actually console log it here to see what we have. But for now, I'm just gonna comment out the creation of new chat room, not to create a lot of them. So let's go to our simulator. Simulator, where are you? I don't see it. Did I just close the simulator? Okay. So here is everything about the user. So as I said, we need to access attributes.sub. This is the ID of a user, right? Okay, authenticated user, and ID is .attributes.sub. But we don't need the authenticated user. We need that database user. So to do that, we're gonna do const database user equal. We're gonna query it using Datastore. what we will query? We will query user model. If you dot query, I forgot. We are already familiar with this Datastore.query and the model, and this will query all the users. But if you pass the second argument a string, then it's gonna query the user by ID that is equal to that string. So our user ID is attributes.sub. This is the database user. So if I console log it here, if I scroll down, and if I press on one, user, you see that it has created that version, image URI, Vadim, and so on. If I press on the test, it's still Vadim. But why? If I press on the test, Vadim. Let's do console log, and let's do this attribute. If I query the D6 ID D6, oh my god, yes, because I'm all right. I was console logging the authenticated user, and I was expected to see different one when pressing on different users. Basically, that's the next step that we are gonna do related to the clicked user. Now I'm working with the authenticated user, which is this one. All right, so we saw that we have access to it. So as I said, here it is. Oh, show screen brush. Where is it? Okay. So the second step is to create this Chatroom user. We got a reference to the authenticated user. Now we need to save it as a Chatroom user. So let's do that. Const. But here we don't need to receive a result. So I'm gonna do await Datastore dot save, because we want to create a new one. The same stuff as we were doing for this new chat room. So we save chat room user, a new chat room user, new chat room user. And what should this chat room user contain? It should contain a reference to the user. So user is database user. Okay, we're gonna handle that. And it should contain a reference to the chat room. And the chat room that we want to assign it to is this newly created chat room. Bro, you printing yourself? Printing. Yes. Thanks for that. So yes, this is the first step. Saving that chatroom user that will connect the authenticated user to the newly created chatroom. All right. The third step, as you see here, is connected the clicked user to our newly created chatroom. Let's do that. And it's gonna be something similar to this. Connect clicked user with a chat room. Okay, so it's not authenticated user, it's something else. So the clicked user is this user item on which we click, right? So we can take the ID from here. But you know what? Our user is, we don't need to query it because user is already coming from the database. So user is this user, or we can simplify it by this. And chatroom is new chatroom. So user item is the user that it's one user in our list. We are connecting it to the newly created chatroom. And then we should do navigation dot navigate to the, how is it called? If I go to chatroom item, here I do like this. So navigation, navigate chatroom, ID is new chatroom.id. So we create the chatroom. We create the connection from the authenticated user to the chatroom. We create the connection from the clicked user with the chatroom, and only after that we are navigating to that chatroom. Will it work? I don't know. Let's try. Okay. Hi Vadim, watched all your tutorials and code along. You make amazing content. That's awesome. I believe that you learned a lot just by watching but just by doing it yourself, by following along. Why do you use Amplify instead of Firebase? I have touched this topic a couple of times. Probably I should do a video, Amplify versus Firebase. But the short answer, like part of it is personal preference, but another part is why is it the personal preference? It's because the power of AWS, which stands behind AWS Amplify, compared to the Firebase. Yeah, how scalable, secure, and cost-efficient application you can build with AWS. So let's try to create that chat room. So if I press on the test, do we see here something? Displaying chat room with this ID. Let's see if we have any chat rooms. Yes, we do. If I open it, it has a link to Vadim notjust.dev and it has a link to test. Boom! It was done. And it has 0 new messages. Don't look at these messages because these are coming still from dummy data. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna slowly get there. All right. So the homework for you is to this is to do. If there is already a chat room between these two users, then redirect to the existing chat room. Otherwise, create a new chat room with these users. So right now we are always creating a new chat room when we click on it, but probably you already have a chat room. So in that case, you will just do this navigate. There are a couple of ways to do that. You can query the chat rooms and the chat room users, and with filters, filter based on the user IDs, understand if there is already the chat room containing only these two, because if it has 3 users, then it's different. So yeah, this is your homework. If you do this, that's really awesome of you, and you will learn a lot by trying to achieve this. All right, but on the other hand, we are going to, on the home screen, instead of rendering the dummy data chat rooms, we need to render the actual chat rooms that this user is part of. Okay, so let's close this one, and let's do git add, git commit, -m, create a new chat room. No, this is both users and new chat rooms. Okay. I wish there was something like a React Native developer expert by Facebook. That would go to you, Vadim, without any doubt. Thank you very much for that. That's an interesting idea. Kasim is saying, bro, you're the best. I learned a lot from your videos. Bless you. Keep making more and more tutorials on React. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will. We are just getting started, guys. We will have so many things on this channel soon. Very excited. So, as I said, the next step is to display actual chat rooms here in the home screen. So let's open home screen. And yeah, the same way as we did before, we will need a use state to keep all the chat rooms. We will need a use effect to do the fetching logic on the component mount. We will need the Datastore from Amplify, Datastore, and we will need the import the chat room and also chat room user, probably like that, chat room and chat room user. And with that imported, we can keep our chat rooms in state, set chat rooms. This is use state, and this is going to be, this state is going to be of type chat room array. So for our use effect, we will call it here. Let's declare here the fetch chat rooms. Or no, or yeah. We're gonna have some more logic here. So async, and let's remember to call it right away. Okay, fetch room chat rooms. So const chat rooms equal await Datastore dot query. What to query? Chat room user. No, chat room user or chat room. So this is the tricky part. We actually need chat rooms. Yeah, we can actually do chat room. Yeah, like this, and then set chat rooms to chat rooms. Save. Here we can remove the chat room data and copy chat rooms to send it to the flat list. Undefined is not an object, evaluate chat room user 1. Let's open Chatroom item, and here let's do it like yeah, I'm gonna we have to check if no, actually I'm gonna just set it to null. I'm gonna set it to null. No, let's work with, yeah, let's not carry about this, and let's go back, comment out the flat list and work with data directly, just to in the console log, because there are a couple of steps here until we get there, so I don't want to get ahead. Let's do console log chat rooms and have a look in our here. So array chat room, we have a chat room with this ID that was created there. So the chat room with this ID is this one basically. Everything is fine, everything is perfect. The only thing that we have to do is to set them in state, display them, and that's it. Yes and no. If I will create a new chat room here with 5 messages, that will link only to test but not to Vadim, not just. Basically a very lonely chat room. I don't have more users. Or I can create and link a new user. User 2. For the image, I'm gonna give him quickly an image. Users. Okay, this is gonna be Jeff. Jeff. Image. Hola. Save user. And yeah, this is a chat room between test and Jeff. We as Vadim at notjust.dev, we don't have anything to do with this chat room. So let's save it. Let's go back to our signal clone here, clear everything, and refresh our page. Reload. We see array with 2 chat room. One, basically with both chat rooms that we have here. So with this one and with this one, with 0 messages and with 5 messages. Let's have that as a reference point. So with 5 messages, with 0 messages. We are part of this chat room, but we are not part of this chat room, so we should not render it. So how to filter only the chat rooms that we are part of? That's the question, right? By querying the chat room, we do not know, and we cannot filter directly based on the user ID. Because user ID, if you remember, is not in the chat room. User ID is not here. User ID is here, is in this chat room user. Basically, this line represents the user ID. So we need to query all these chat room users. We need to query all of them and filter, leave only the ones that has a connection with authenticated user. So this one has a connection, leave it. This one has a connection with other user, delete it. This one, 5, we don't even have any connections. Delete it, delete it. So basically, we deleted everything, we left only this one. And by knowing the chatroom user, we can actually access the chatroom itself. So we will query the chatroom users, we will filter the chatrooms, and then based on the chatroom users, we will take the chatroom that we are part of. Hopefully that makes sense. So as I said, we query chatroom users. Okay. Chat room users. So let's see what chat room users. Chat room user. Let's see now what query do we have? So basically we see around 4 or 5 or even more like chatroom users here. Like that's a lot, like first, no, even more, like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. But each of them has the user and their ID. So we need to keep only the ones with our ID. For that, we first of all need to do user data equal await authentication dot current authenticated user. So chatroom user, let's do chatroom user dot filter, save. Actually it automatically added brackets around this await statement, because we first of all need to await and then filter. So chatroom user, which chatroom user are we interested in? Let's do filter from a new line. We are interested in only chatroom user that has the user.id equal to our user data dot attributes dot sub, basically the ID of a user. So if I console log now, so here we have before we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Now we have, if I remove, I should have only 1, because I'm part of only one chatroom. Chatroom user, it's only 1, yes. And this is the chatroom and this is the user. So basically we did the first step. We deleted everything that we are not interested in. Now from the things that we are interested in, I don't know, let's say, you know what? Let's say that Vadim is also part of a chatroom too here. So we deleted second, we deleted third, and we deleted fourth. Now we are, based on the filters, we have an array of 2 chatroom users, 1 and 5. But we are not interested in actual chatroom users, we are interested in chat rooms. If we look at the query here, each chatroom user has the data of a chatroom. It has, of course, like where ID, I don't know what else, but it has a reference to a chatroom and to the user. So from everything here, we are interested only in chatroom. So to get an array that contains the chatroom, of object that contain a chatroom, to convert it to an array of chatrooms, we will have to use the map operation. So we map, and for each chat room user, we want to keep only the chatroom itself, chatroom. Now, if we log chatrooms, we will not have like all the stuff about chatroom user. We are not interested. That's only for querying and for filtering. Now I have an array of chatroom. And because we are part of only one chatroom, here we have it. If I go and start a conversation with Jeff, and if I go back to our home screen, and if I refresh, I should see here 2 chatrooms. One with test and one with Jeff, because we have started the chatroom with both. Okay. Now, let's move on, because that's not it. So let's uncomment setting to state. Let's comment out the console log. And now, let's grab these chat rooms. No, I mean, let's just uncomment the flat list. Save. So what's the error? Undefined is not an object evaluating chatroom.users. If you saw here, the chatroom does not contain a relationship to the users here. Does not contain like the data about users. It only contains the data about, I don't know, new messages, updated data, and so on. Okay, that's our next challenge. So here we know information about the chat room. Based on the data about the chat room, we need to query the data about all the users that are part of that chat room. So, yeah, to do that, again, we are gonna need the use state, the use effect, the Datastore, the models. Which models? Chat room user and user probably. We'll see. So const our users will be kept in state. So users and set users. This use state is gonna be an array of user, initially empty. And this is gonna be all users in this chat room. And then we will also have a state const user set user, which is gonna be use state, which is the type a user, not an array of users, and initially null, a user or null. And this user will be the display user, the user for which we display the avatar and so on. So for that reason, we don't need this user, this thing there. And we can do an if statement. If user is still null, show, that means that we don't have all the data to display it yet. So return a simple loading or activity indicator that we import from React Native. We see here two activity indicators, meaning there are two chat rooms, but we don't have the users of that chat rooms. That's why we cannot display them yet. We need to first query the users and to understand which user to show on the screen. Oh, that's a lot of things. All right. So as I said, we need the use effect, and here is gonna be empty string. Const fetch users, async, and let's call the fetch users. So how do we fetch users knowing the chat room ID? So we basically know the chat room. Let's go back to our Blackboard. A chat room ID, let me do Ctrl Z. It's okay. So basically, we know a chat room ID. This is the ID. So by knowing this ID, we need to query all the users that are part of this chat room. So how do we do that? Again, we are using the intermediate table chat room users to get these relationships. So by knowing the ID, we basically know these two, how is it called? Arrows. These are the chat room ID. So yeah, we will query all chat room users that has this ID. And by knowing all the Chatroom users, we are gonna map to user table. So basically the same as we did before. Where is it? Home screen. First of all, filtering, but then we were doing filtering based on Chatroom and mapping to a Chatroom. But now we are gonna filter based on the Chatroom ID and map to users. Let's implement it and hopefully it will make more sense. So first of all, const Chatroom users is equal await Datastore dot query. What will we query? We query Chatroom users, the table in the middle. But we don't need all Chatroom users. We need to filter only the Chatroom users. Where is it? Dot filter. Come on. Chatroom user. We need to filter only the Chatroom user that has the chatroom.id equal to the chatroom, to this chatroom.id. Basically, while filtering based on which chatroom are we talking about. After that, we will receive a list of chatroom users, but we need actually users. Or, yeah, let's say fetched users. So from chatroom user, we will map to chatroom user.user, to a list of users. So, okay. So this value we can set in the users as, yeah, fetched users. Fetched users. Save. Okay, let's console log fetched users. Save. And if I go to our console here, we should see what? 2 console logs, because we have 2 chat rooms, and for each console log an array of 2 users. The users part of a chat room. So if I do a refresh, let's see. Okay, where is it? Function fetch, no, fetched users, fetched. Let's do it again, reload. So as I said, we have 2 console logs, first one and second one. The first console log has the first, chat room, which contains the user Vadim and the user Jeff. The second chat room contains user Vadim and user test. Right? Okay. Now from this array of chat room users, we need to select the user itself. So we can actually do, let's say, set user fetched users at position 0. Save. Fetched user at position 0. Set user. Sorry. So the display user will be the first user in that list. It says undefined is not an object. Chat room last message created at. Because initially there is no last message, so we can do here a conditional rendering, conditional accessing this thing. Same thing with the content. Initially there is no last message. Save within text component. Do you think that... What's the issue here? If I delete these 2, will it work? No, it's something else. What did I do? New messages. Oh, here I can do it as a boolean, because here it was 0 and it was rendering 0. Yeah, this is a common React Native issue, and I'm glad that I found it so quickly, because previously it was a nightmare to find such issues. When you do conditional rendering like this, in case it's 0, it's gonna return 0. And because it's not within a text, React Native complains. So now we see two chat rooms, but both of them are with user 0, like display me as the user. If I put here 1, it's gonna work. It's gonna display Jeff and test. However, we cannot know if it's 0 or 1. So for that reason, we will have to do set user to fetched user dot first, I think, or no, find, yeah, find where user, find a user that has a different ID than myself, basically Vavar user. User.id is different than user of user dot attributes dot sub. So the display user will be the first user that has a different ID than myself. So now I need to query this of user. I can do it here. Const of user equal await authentication layer current authenticated user boom bam beam bada bam boom bam. Undefined is not assignment or null. This or null. If it's undefined, I'm gonna transform it to null. So okay, so right now it displays actually Jeff and test. If here is not different but equal, you'll see that it still works. So if it's equal, it's going to display myself, but we actually intended different. That's why it displays correctly the other user that we are in chat room with. Oh my god, that's a lot of information. Probably the head will explode. So we are not done yet. We still have a lot of things to do. I'm looking here that we actually don't need a list of users here. I don't know, maybe later you will need it, but now we don't. We just need Vavar user. So I'm gonna comment it out, just in case in later we will need it. Or we can do that logic in the filter. So if chatroom ID is different than chatroom ID, and chatroom user is different, so yeah, basically you got it. Okay, let's have a quick break and continue. What are people saying? Because we are already 3 hours in, we have things to do. Let's drink some water. So here it is done, right? I hope so. Now I'm looking and I'm thinking, why new messages are not displayed? Because one of these chat rooms should have 5 new messages. 5. If it's more than 0, That's weird. Let's console log the chat room itself. I don't know, console log chat room. And do we have chat room messages there? Oh, we have a lot of things here. New messages 0, new messages 0. I think we are not part of that chat room with, yeah, we are not part of a chat room with more than 5. So here I'm gonna say 2, save, and if I reload, now it should work. And I should go back to how I was doing, like this. Save, reload, and it should work as expected. Yes. Right. So the next step is the messaging screen, the messages screen. The next step, messaging screen. Okay. Let's do git add everything, git commit -m fetch chat rooms. And now let's start working on the chat room screen. Okay, so we will need to query to save in state. We will need to query in a use effect. We will need here import Datastore, and we will need to what? Import message from models. Message, and we have here components message. I will rename this message. I'll rename this message as message model. As message model. To have a message as the component. Can anyone tell which theme he is using in VS Code right now? I'm using material darker, but basically you can check the VS Code video that I have on the channel, recently published, and there I have all the theme, fonts, and all the libraries that I'm using. Okay, so let's start with messages. Set messages is use state. This is going to be a list of messages of message model. And initially it's going to be empty array. Okay, chat room screen. Okay, so in a use effect with an empty array as dependency, we are gonna declare fetch messages equal fetch messages equal what? Equal async function. And here, yeah, let's not forget to call it fetch messages. So const fetched messages equal await Datastore dot query message model. Message model. All right. So in this case, instead of using filter here, we can actually use we can use a predicate function basically a function that will be executed on the database side and will return only the messages that will pass that test. Basically, we want to query all the messages that contains the chat room with ID that we get from this route. Okay, so basically our const shall we try to query the chat room itself? Const chat room. Wait, let's try to do that. Datastore dot query chat room with ID that we get from the route dot params dot ID. But this can be null, so we can check if route dot params dot ID return console warn no chat room ID provided. Here we can do it like this. Okay, so let's open this and let's console log chat room. Let's see the data. Let's go here. Okay, reload. I think I need to where do I have these console logs? Oh, come on. Console log. I don't need current authenticated user to be console logged. In the screens. Yeah, here I need in components. Here I don't. Save. All right. So let's have a look again by reloading. Let's go here, and what do we see? We see the chat room. Okay. Basically, the chat room doesn't give us any information that we need. It contains only the new messages, but we don't need that. No, actually, we will need it a bit later. So, chat room screen. Yeah, I'm gonna save it here. Const chat room is set chat room. Use state chat room. Initially, it's gonna be null. It's chat room or null. I'm gonna copy this function outside here. No, actually, I prefer my use effects to be on top. So I'm gonna add it here below, and it's not gonna be fetch messages, but fetch chat room. Okay, chat room await Datastore chat room, and then let's let's set it to state, but I can do it right away here. So datastore.query dot then set chat room. So we set the chat room to state. Okay, so I'm gonna do some checks here as well. So if chatroom is null, then we can show the user an error. I don't know, but in my case I'm gonna do console error couldn't find a chat room with ID with this ID. Otherwise I'm gonna set chat room to the chat room. Boom, perfect. So in the use effect, we need to call this fetch chat room. So on the components mount, we first of all fetch the chat room to see if it at least exists. Then we will define another use effect. But this time, the use effect will depend on this chat room variable. Basically, only after making sure that we have a chat room and setting in the state, we will trigger this. And basically, we will have to check if chat room is still null, we will return. Otherwise, we will call fetch messages. So the fetch messages will be another function here, another async function. Fetching messages. All right, const fetched messages equal await data store dot query message model. And as I was saying here, we need to filter message based on the message dot chatroom ID. If it's equal, chatroom ID here, this is a function. It's not a simple JavaScript equal operator, but because this function will be called and will be transformed to filter on the database layer. That's why we have chatroom ID here. We need a operator, one of these, equal, in our case, is equal to the chatroom dot ID. And I think we can move this check from here to our fetch messages. Save. Query message model. I'm gonna do some refactoring like this. So let's console log fetched messages. Save. Open Jeff. Go here. Go back. Open it up. Fetched. Again. Typo. Fetched messages. Go back, I'm here. So this is an array of messages, which is an empty array. Okay, so let's first of all add them to our state. Fetched messages. Yeah, set messages with fetched messages. Save. And here we should see nothing, right? No, because we are still rendering the dummy data. We can remove the chatroom dummy data from here, take the messages, and give it to our flat list messages. Save. Now going to Jeff. Empty, nothing, zero. Okay, because we don't have any messages, let's try to create a message from Amplify, just in order to see that if it works or not. So let's create a message. Hello from Amplify. The message. But why can't I attach it to a chat room? Save message. User ID, chat room ID. This is weird. I cannot edit this user ID directly here and chat room ID. So no worries. Let's just delete this item and do it from here. We have this message input. Let's go in our message input, and here we have send message. Sending a message is gonna require the import of Datastore, and it's gonna require the import of message model from models. So when sending a message, we are gonna do first of all, it's gonna be an async function. We need a wait there. Await datastore.save. What do we save? A new message with a new message should have content, and the content is this content from state. It should have a user ID, and it should also have a chat room ID. Okay, so the user ID, we can take it from const user await auth.current authenticated user. So the ID is going to be user.attributes.sub, as we discussed. And chatroom ID is something that we don't have it here, but we have here in the chatroom screen. So we're going to send it through IDs here. Chatroom ID is chatroom.id. It says that object is possible null. That's true, because initially this is null. So for that reason, I'm gonna check if chatroom is still null. I will return an activity indicator. Okay, this error disappeared, but now it says that it's not assignable. Okay, let's go to our message input and actually receive this chatroom ID here that we can pass here to the chatroom ID. We can actually simplify this because they have the same name. Do they? No, they don't. One is capital D and one not. Alright, so with that being said, if I write hello and send it, if I go to here to Amplify, refresh, did it save it or not? Hello, and it also has the user ID and chatroom ID. That means that if I go back and open a back, yeah, okay. This means What was the error there? The error was that if I go here, undefined is not an object evaluating message user.id. So when we query in the chatroom screens, fetch messages, let's console log them back in order to see what data do we have, what data are we missing. So going here, Jeff, come on, Jeffrey Bezos, come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. So message has content, but it doesn't have a user, but it has a user ID. So from the message, we will have to query the user with that ID, just to be able to show the name and the other one. So let's quickly go in our message, and here we will need again all the good stuff. Use state, use effect, import Datastore, and the model user, import user. So const use user set user is gonna be use state of type user or null initially, or null, and initially is gonna be null. In a use effect, let's query the Datastore dot query. We are gonna query the user model based on the ID message dot user ID, and then we're gonna set it in state as user, or then set user. Okay, I'm gonna move from null to undefined. Can it be like this? Yes. And I can also have a const is me, set is me, use state boolean, and initially I can set to anything else, because here no, in another use effect that will depend on the user. So I will check if user dot ID okay, no, first of all check if me I don't know, const is equal to an async function, and here const authenticated user, I need to compare it to the authenticated user of user equal wait authentication dot current authenticated user, and I can say of set is me user.id is equal to auth user.attributes.sub. But this user is possibly undefined, so if user is undefined, return, just return. So let's not forget to call this function after defining it. And I don't need this is me. Why did I need the user? Just to check if it's me or not. Yeah, but probably later you will want to also, because right now we are not displaying anything about the user, but later on you will also be able to display the name of a person or the avatar and so on. So that's why you need this user. And here you can check if user then return an activity indicator just to show that it's loading. Okay. Vadim paid for this, or he's making a tutorial on a free tier? Yeah, I'm on a free tier, and I can show you how many applications I have. All applications. Here is all the applications. They are more than 20, and I haven't paid anything for any single of them. If you'll start actually using them with a lot of users, with a lot of traffic, only then you're gonna start paying for this. Where are we at? So we can actually send messages. Good job. Send. We don't receive them, but that's okay. What can I do? What can I do? I think I know what can I do. I will log in as another user from my phone using the Expo Go application. So Expo Go. And I have, in the Expo Go, if I scan this QR code, I will open the project. Expo. Come on. Come on, come on. Okay. Why it doesn't open? Let me do local. No, I don't think local will work. No, local actually works. Tunnel will definitely work. So at the end, I will put tunnel. So everyone who is watching live stream, we can have a talk there, or you can destroy my application. It's up to you. Okay. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the application to download on my phone. And then we're going to be able to test how it works to send different messages. But before that, our next step is in our chat room here. We need to subscribe to the chat rooms. Oh, you know what else? You know what else? Whenever we send a message, we should update our, where is it? Our chat room to reflect that the last message is this newly created message. Right. So let's do that. Where is it? It is in the message input, right? So Datastore save new message. And let's define here const update last message. This is gonna be a sync. Okay, update last message. So first of all, we need to get the chat room having this ID. Or you know what? I can send the whole chat room here. Yeah, I will send the whole chat room here, in order not to have to query it again, because in our chat room screen where we have a message input, I'll change from chat room ID to chat room, and here the value as well. So chat room, save. Message input. All right, so when we save our newly message, we need a reference to it. That's why we will save it into a variable. New message is equal to this one. So let's call here update last message with this new message from here. Updating something in Datastore happens by doing Datastore dot update or save. Okay, I think it's save, and we are using the model, the chat room model dot. Basically, we need to create a copy of the existing chat room, because the data from Datastore is unmutable. You cannot do, because we have here chat room, we cannot do here chat room dot last message equal to new message, right? We cannot do this because chat room is coming from Datastore and is immutable. That's why we need to create a copy of chat room, and the updated chat room, this is going to be a function, and yeah, updated chat room. Here, do we need to return it? That's the question. To amplify docs. Do we need to return it or not? React Native, libraries, Datastore, manipulating data, update. Copy of updated. Yeah, we do not return anything, we just change the things that we want to change there. So if I'm coming back here, okay, here I'll need to update updated chat room. I will do updated chat room dot last message is equal to the new message that we created. Save. So if I do here last message, save, and if I look in the Amplify for the chat room, I think with these two. No, let's refresh. With this one, no. With this one, no. With this one, yes. This is the last message. So if I'm going back and refreshing here, I think I should see the last message. I don't. Why? So it should be here. No, it should be in the other one with Jeff, but it's not. Okay, let's fix that one. Going to the where? To the home screen, right? Where screen? Home screen. Chat room item. I think here the same way we are querying the user, the same way we will have to query the data about the last message. So last message set. Last message is state message or null. This is coming from our models. And I'm gonna create a separate use effect for it. Use effect. And here, what I'm gonna do, if chat room dot last I want to do a console log chat room. Reload. Chatroom last message ID. Yeah, weird. Message input. Last message is the new message. Weird why it in this case it says last message is null, but here it doesn't say last message because last message is the actual object, but it just says chatroom last message ID. Chatroom last message ID. I don't know, I can query it, it's not a big issue, but I was expecting it to have it by default. So if this is null, I'm not gonna do anything because there is no chatroom last message ID. But however, if this is true, I'm gonna do Datastore dot query message with ID with this ID and dot then I'm gonna set last message. Yeah, let's change it from null to undefined. And here, where is the last message? Everywhere where we access last message, remove a chat room in front. So, like this. Okay, and yeah, with Jeff here, we see that the last message is actually updated. And if I go here, no, for real. And come back, if I reload, the last message should be updated. And it has the timestamp also updated. All right, so it works. It was a bit tricky. I mean, you had to query the chat room. I was expecting to have it right away, but it's there. So where are we at? We are at I want to see in the chat room screen. I'm thinking that the messages are rendered inverted, like this is the last one, but it should be the first one here on the bottom. So let me check if that's okay. We have here fetched messages, so let's have a look. All right. Where are people? Hello, Non. Hello, Sanil. Hello, Geek. Ujwal, Shubham, Rog. How are you doing, guys? Can we switch the order of the messages? Yes, that's what I'm trying to fix right now. So let's have a look at this. So messages. The first one here is good job. But yeah, we need to query the last message first. So for that, we are gonna work with sorting. So query results can also be sorted by one or more fields. Yeah, this is the option. So sort is okay, sort direction, okay. Let's sort them. Fetch messages here. This is the predicate. And the last one is an option, sort. And the sort is gonna be message dot created at and sort direction dot ascending or descending. Sort direction was imported from AWS Amplify. Save. Yes, right now I think it's how it's supposed to be. Jeff, last message. Yeah, hello, last message, no for real. Bottom, send, go back, go to Jeff. Yes, right now it works as expected. What did I wanted to do? I wanted to check. Okay. Reload JS. I don't know. I wanted to connect with my phone, create another user, and start chatting, because we will need this for the next feature. The next feature is gonna be the real-time subscription to new messages. Non is asking, please tell me the best course. The best course, you can find it in the description below. So join it. I'm working on it, and I'm gonna work on it the next couple of months. So now you have opportunity to join with a 50% discount. And in 2 days, the doors are closed, and the next time that you're going to be able to join the course is probably going to be at the end of a year or at the beginning of the next year. So make sure not to miss the opportunity. Great video. What is the VS Code theme? It's material darker. You can check out the video about VS Code themes on my channel. What's going on, guys? Here Bezos has no idea how AWS Amplify even works. That's well said. Like, Firebase is easy to start. However, if you want easy scalability, then AWS is your help. Come on, what's not working here? LAN. Let's try to connect. Try again. Okay. Yes, the video will be available after this live stream, published on the channel. How to make search function which searches the chatroom users without querying all of that user chat rooms and filtering locally by name. You can have a look at the... We're not gonna cover it in this video of searching. We are covering this as an advanced solution in the course. Where is it? Searching. You should look in the documentation. It's possible to do it. And also it's possible to implement searching with Elasticsearch as well with Amplify, which is going to be quite easy to integrate. And at the same time, it's going to be very, very, very efficient. Like Elasticsearch is used in most of the applications that provides searching functionalities. It's very fast and it's very efficient to search with it. 97%, come on, downloading JavaScript. Yes, I have an application here on my phone. So let's sign up. I'm gonna use a different email. Okay. Come on. Yeah, just a moment to create this account. No. Sign up. Okay, I should receive a code. Yes, I did. 286506. 286506. All right. And we are confirmed. Now let's log in. And here we are. All right, so if I go to the new chat room, I see here, I don't know if it's gonna focus. Come on, focus. Oh, I see here all the users from the list. So I'm gonna start a new chat room with Vadim, and I'm gonna send him, hi there. Send. Now let's go here. Let's showing the screen. Let's reload. All right, come on. And here we see a new a new chat room. So let's open it there. I see the message. Hi there. Hello. How are you? Save. And on my thing, if I go back to the screen, reload. Guys, please do not spam. Let's yeah, I'm gonna see your message. Definitely I'm gonna see your message, but at the moment I'm focused on showing how everything works on two phones. The user only in contacts, this is quite an advanced feature, so I don't think we will cover it in the next video. However, with everything that you have here, you have a good base to create any chatting and real-time chatting functionalities in any application, even if it's not related to contacts such as Instagram or something like that. So yeah. That's a good question. Make a 5-day challenge like Amazon, Netflix, Facebook to grow as a YouTuber. That's in my plans, and that's gonna come soon. However, I'm still running everything my own, so a lot of my times nowadays is going towards creating this high-end, in-depth course, and it requires a lot of work. So, but yeah, the next step is gonna be something like that. All right, so our application is back online, and here we can see on my screen the message hello with gray and hello, how are you with blue. On the emulator here, if I look here, it's inverted. So basically it works as expected. The only thing is that whenever I send a message from my phone, for example, hola, I don't see it right away. I need to go back and come here, and then I'm gonna see it. So to solve this issue, we need real-time. We need to subscribe to new messages. So whenever a new message will arrive, we are gonna display it right away. In the documentation here, Datastore, this is where real time with subscription. So let's have a look at this. We will need to observe only one. All right, let's not copy it, but do it ourselves. So in the chat room screen here, let's add a new use effect. Fetch room. Where are the use effects? Here. Use effect, use effect. Let's add the third use effect that is going to be responsible for setting up this connection with the server and listening to new messages. So use effect. This is going to be a function. And here is going to be when we get started. All right, so subscription equal Datastore dot subscribe or observe. What do we want to observe? We want to observe new messages. We want to observe new message. Message model here, right? And the function is gonna be, let's copy the function. So we subscribed, and yeah, let's console log message, model, operation type, and element. Let's also not to forget to unsubscribe this by returning a function, subscription dot close, subscription dot unsubscribe. So when the component will unmount, this is going to be called, and it will unsubscribe. So let's go here. Let's open our debugger, iPhone, and let's try to send a new message there. New message, send. Boom. We see we see the newly created message in our console log. So first one is the model. What model was created? Second one is the operation type. And the last one is the new model that was created, the element that was created or that was affected. So here we can check if message dot model is equal to message model and message dot op type is equal to, I can write here insert because it's insert, right? Insert, yeah. Or I can check if it contains some kind of operation. No. So insert. Then we will append it to our messages. So set messages. We will get the existing messages. For a setter, if you pass there a function, existing messages, then this function will be called with the variable that it already contains, like with the value that it already contains. So we need to not replace it, but append the new message to these existing messages. So set message to everything from existing messages. But the new message should be first, right? Yes. Message element. Save. Will it work? Let's check. Are you working? Send. Boom! Automatically. Are you working? Yes. Boom. Send. Automatically there, like right away. But without this subscription, we are not updating anything. I mean, if I write here hola and send, you'll not see it because we just send it. However, with this thing, look how like instantly it is. Hola. Boom, it's there. Here. And I receive all my messages here on my device. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay. Perfect. So that's how. Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't know if you'll see, but. Okay. Boom. So guys, that's how you implement real-time messaging. What else? If you have an Expo Go application, you can join this URL that I will paste in the. Oh, I cannot paste it there. You can scan this QR code. I can leave it here. Or let me try to somehow send you this URL. So basically it's here. RD 8A4 Vadim, make sure it's, let me type it for you. Have two PCs, that's why I cannot copy paste it, but XP. $80. I hope that it's the right one. I'm not sure. 8 RD 84A. Okay, so if you open the application, if you sign up, you can we can have a chat. I will probably leave it for some time open after the live stream. So let's have a chat in this application. Git status. Messages. All right, and we are done with everything that was planned for today. I think this video is the most packed video with information because we didn't had any we didn't had any issues, and we just went and went and went. Yeah, it's amazing how much things we implemented today. So here it is. Let's see. Fetch user, fetch chat rooms, create chat rooms, send and receive messages in real time. Yes, we did that. We'll be covering message notification in this stream. Not in this stream. As you can see, we are already 4.5 hours in. I am pretty tired. So for today, that's it. As a short overview, we have created the Amplify project in using the admin UI. Then we have set up authentication in our admin UI, after which we have modeled our database also there with all the data that we need, and also with all the relationship between users, chat rooms, chatroom users, and so on. Hopefully I made that clear, like when we need one-to-one relationship, when we need one-to-many, and when we need many-to-many. After that, we have started coding everything in our application. We have configured the Amplify in our project. We have configured authentication, and now only authenticated users can use the application. They can create an account, they can set that they forgot the password, and they will receive a confirmation code, and so on. Also very important part of this stream, which took a bit of time, but I'm very happy that I explained it to you, is how you can automatically save an authenticated user from Cognito to the database. This is very important, and in this way, it's the most secure way with triggers and so on. After that, we integrated Datastore, and I think we spent the most time here actually. So using Datastore, we were able to fetch all the data. We were able to create the data in our database, to send and receive messages, to update stuff, and to do this in real time. Give me 1 second because someone is trying to break into my house. All right. So, yeah, with that being said, we completed everything. Whew, I need to create some animations when everything went very well, because this is the day. I love it. I love these streams. How are you guys? And I just realized that I did 4.5 hours without any single breaks. If you think that's good enough, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. Oh my god, what else? Hit the ring bell not to miss any future videos. My brain is like bzz. All right, so what else did I wanted to tell you? Questions. Do you have any questions, guys? If not, then this is not the end. Our Signal series is gonna be is gonna contain 3 episodes. The first one was previous week. It was Signal UI with React Native and Expo. Today we implemented Signal backend with AWS Amplify. And next week on 27th August, on Friday, at the same time, 2 p.m. GMT time, we are gonna implement some advanced features. So what are these advanced features? I won't tell you, but you can write down in the comments what would you like to see there. But I can say you that it's something that we didn't do before on the channels, and you don't want to miss it out. So for that reason, yeah, subscribe and turn on the notification bell, and make sure also set it in your calendar for the next Friday at 2 p.m. GMT. We are starting. And before closing off everything, I want to thank all the new channel members that have joined the channel membership and that have decided to support financially the channel. I'm so thankful to all of you guys who are supporting this channel financially, because as I already told, this is my full-time job and you are making it possible. So if you also want to support the channel financially, the join button to join the membership is on the channel page or under the video you can find. And join, support it, and I'll be thankful forever. Why do we have 2 slides here? And I also want to remind you that the doors to the full stack mobile developers are closing very soon. I have a fly. Are closing very soon in less than 2 days, so you don't want to miss that out, because there we will cover even more things. Like, I think that is going to be like 10 times more content than we are doing here on YouTube. On YouTube, we are covering most important parts of any application, and we're covering something that you will need in any applications, like the most important features. But you are always asking me in chat to go more, go even farther, implement even more features. If right now I'm gonna read the chat, unit testing, background notifications, will implement notifications. That's only like the last 6 messages. Voice note features, and many more features that are more advanced and and that are very important for mobile development. However, if I would go into all of them, it would take ages here on YouTube. So that's why I decided to work on a high-end course that I will pre-record, that I will be able to cut all the pauses, all the build times and all of that, in order to condense all this information that you are always asking in the chat, to condense into a course. It will include unit testing, it will include push notifications, following system to, for example, to render only the post from your followers. But before getting into what it will cover, let's speak about what we will build. So it will contain multiple projects. It will contain a couple of small projects that I'm gonna use to explain React Native basics. And at the end, it's gonna focus mostly on building the Instagram clone. And if I play it here, yeah, we're gonna focus on building the Instagram clone with as many features as possible, from real-time messaging to a notification system to rendering only posts from a user. This is a following system, which is very important and quite complicated to implement. Liking system, what else? Like searching functionality, filtering, pagination, boom. This is so important in most of applications to have this infinite scrollable feed that will always fetch more posts. We didn't cover that in YouTube because it takes a bit of time to do it, but we're covering in the course. So yeah, guys. You're gonna learn and master the tech stack of the future, which is React Native and AWS Amplify. This is for mobile development. And once again, follow the link in the description, go to academy.notjust.dev and join the course. But disclaimer, I wrote that in all the copies on the website. But in order to be clear, the course is not ready yet. If you're buying today, you're not gonna receive access to it today. This is a pre-sale campaign. I am still working on the course. So if you join right now, you are gonna receive the new modules as they become available. And you're gonna be the first one to receive them. Because after 23rd August, the doors are closed and only the people who join the pre-sale will be part of this batch 0 that will work close together with me to provide feedback, suggestions, and anything else in order to create this course. So the first modules will be available somewhere in the beginning of September, and then every 2-3 weeks we're gonna release a new module. Then we're gonna have a call with everyone so you can say what was not clear, what I can cover more, what should we do next, what to prioritize the next modules, and so on. So see you there, I guess. Don't miss this chance. Yeah, back to the questions. I think that I covered a lot of requests. Yeah, we'll cover everything that you are asking here about background notifications, notification messages, and so on. Voice notes, probably voice notes. We'll see if it will be in the course. But it may be in the next video. So guys, we are almost 5 hours in. Pretty tired. It's Friday. So I wish everyone a very nice weekend, a very productive one. Go ahead and implement the backend yourself. Get into the problems. Try to fix them. Write the problems in the Discord channel or in the comments below to get help from people that maybe encounter the same problems. But only when getting in these problems and then solving them, you'll understand how everything works, how everything is connected. And one more suggestion is not to stop here. Go one extra mile. I gave you a couple of homeworks during the video, but you can implement so much more here. For example, sending emojis, I don't know, implementing the real-time updates, not only for the chat screen, but also for the chat rooms, and many more, sending images and so on. Some of these advanced features we're gonna cover next week, but it's a good exercise for you to see how you would implement it and how would I implement it next week. So don't stop here, guys. Keep grinding, keep working. And yeah, soon you're gonna become a full stack mobile developer. All right. Here we go. Take care, guys. No. Before that, we have this beautiful outro that I cannot miss showing. So go ahead and follow which one? This video, any of these two videos. They are both amazing. And I'll see you next week.